I believe we are live now.
Alright.
Yeah, I don't see your stream.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's on Twitch.
Put
Wait, what?
yes.
We're on.
Yes?
That's why I asked if everyone consented to
Where's the
be
link?
recorded.
Where's the link?
I don't think I... Uh, hmm. Are you okay with that, Doc? Cause,
Um, considering I'd say you could probably DM it, but this will be posted up to my YouTube channel later on, so I prefer just linking it after it's posted. And then later on, you can help me set this up so I can start streaming it myself.
sounds
Or
good.
recording.
Cause,
Completely forgot this before the entire thing.
hold on. You let me see. Do I have a normal screen?
Oh my god.
Because at the moment, it's showing my D&D layout.
Well, regardless, I don't think it matters that much. Let's just get started because looky here, 20 minutes is turned into half an hour.
Yep, like you
Uh,
said.
We're starting a bit late. So.
Yep,
Thing is,
and this is
I
like
don't even use.
I run for 3 hours on average.
Let's get
I don't
started
even
then.
use Twitch normally.
Doesn't matter.
Alright, doesn't matter. Let's just get started, everyone. So, this is what the initiative was for, everybody. It determines the order that you guys have entered into the TARDIS. So, I will start off by saying, great, I haven't started something like this in a while. Hold on. My DM skills have gotten rusty.
It
So,
happens.
we start ourselves with everyone alone, each character individually, in a black space. This is why I had you roll initiative. Um, essentially, you got here through various means. You're not actually sure what here is at this point. It is a black, endless void with a familiar figure standing in front of you. Now, I will start at the top of the turn order for this. So, Jonathan. That'd be Jonathan. In front of you stands a familiar old man with a cane and a kind of thrown back hair. He looks like he kind of walked out of one of those old timey pictures that your parents would have in the house. An old picture of a great grandfather or some other great relative or something like that. Dressed in a something that's not common in the 90s where you're from. And he's just kind of standing there staring off into space. And they turns and looks at you and smiles. Essentially, you have the floor. I'm here to dialogue as the first doctor. What would you like to do?
I move forward, very cautiously. That's kind of what I thought was my first thought is moving forward very cautiously towards the old man.
Just kind of look at you with emotion and just kind of curious.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Just kind of gives like a polite smile.
Oh, okay. I guess my character has just a very wide range of emotions, mostly being confused. It's like, where am I? And
I'd recommend
why are you here?
describing yourself as well.
I haven't done this before. I'm sorry.
You're
So what
completely fine. What do you look, or what do you look like? What do you look like, Jonathan?
Okay, so Jonathan. Describing the character, Jonathan is a white male.
Mhm.
He has a dirt blonde hair with blue eyes. He is about 5'4".
And I
And
just,
what were you gonna say? I'm
huh?
sorry.
Yeah, take your time. I was gonna ask what he's wearing.
Okay, so the clothes that he's wearing. Is that what you said?
Yeah, what type of clothes is he wearing?
Okay, so he's wearing a dark blue shirt with some blue jeans. And I don't know.
Well, he's kind of look over to you and Sky. He's old. Obviously. I'm sorry. I didn't think of how hard this would be to play, but fuck.
To be fair,
Oh
it's
my
the
god.
first
I,
of the Doctors. That's lost episode material.
Now I know what he like acts like. He's just stern.
Ah,
Well,
uh,
we're both a very long way from home, aren't we?
I guess I didn't fully think of this, did I?
Yeah. Well, you walked into the box. Of course, I'm doing a bad British accent. I apologize. Fucking heck.
it sounds fine to
Um,
me.
you
Don't
and
ask me to do
I.
a British accent because
Yeah,
I
you
can't.
don't have to. You don't have to. Accents are not required. I, as the DM, will be. You've helped me before, at least once. So I figured you might be willing to help again. See, I need someone to help with a particular project, and I was hoping you'd be willing.
Oh, so that's you communicating with my character, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's like kind of looking at you, like kind of leaning on his cane, just kind of like, let's see what happens.
So
I'm
then my
sorry.
so then my what's wrong, Rainbow?
I just imagined you asking him for $20.
Oh my god.
Why are you like this?
I'm
Because
sorry, dude.
DM is
As soon as
Also,
that
I
came in my
just.
head,
No,
I
no, 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 no,
couldn't.
no, 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 no. I walk up to the old man and I ask him, "What is it that you need? What is it that you need help with?"
need help fixing something that someone decided to break that they oughtn't have. You're not the
And
only person, though. Sorry, I interrupted you.
no, no, I didn't know if you were done talking.
Go ahead.
So what would you require of me?
I need to help you fix something. More importantly, fix points. So, to be completely honest, one of my older selves, Joe, I don't know that I was supposed to guide you here.
I sit there and I ponder a little bit, and then I ask, "Where am I exactly?"
Raises a finger and just thinks for a bit. A dream within a dream. Place that's not here nor there. Could be anywhere. I don't quite know. All I know is that you need that fixing the points is going to help.
I do not like that you're cutting out on me. Jesus.
Ah,
Yeah, you're kind of
basically,
cutting out on me too.
fudge.
I thought I was the only one.
No,
It's
my internet's being my internet.
F.
Basically, he doesn't know where you guys are, just that he's supposed to tell you to fix the points
Gotcha.
Points.
and to ask if you are willing to assist in those. Above table, the DM is doing something, so shush.
You do realize I'm still new.
Yes, I know.
Being confused but mildly intrigued, I
Alright.
accept his thing to help him.
And
Only
then
because he's curious of what needs to be fixed.
you wake up and laying on the floor. I will describe more of that after we are done with Jack.
My turn?
So, yeah, you find yourself in the middle of this same blank space with a different individual. Familiar man in sort of a maroon shirt and nice leather jacket. Just kind of standing there. Just kind of looking down at you as you're kind of sitting. You kind of wake up sitting on the floor as he kind of offers you a hand. Help you up. Well, took you long enough. Nice to see you again, Jack. How have you been?
I look around the environment, wondering
It
what's
is
going
the
on.
same black space. Are you gonna ask what's going on? Because he's offering you a hand to help you up. You are sitting on the.
Um, except?
He helps you up, and this guy's kind of familiar. You met him at one point in one of your many times in the hospital. Um, can't quite remember where. Just that you've met him. It's a detail that we can work out later, or I could propose my own idea.
Um,
But he's familiar to you.
sorry, you're cutting out.
What?
Uh,
I heard that though. Heard
yeah.
all of that.
Basically, this is a familiar person to you. You've met him before. You know it was at some point during the war, but you're a field medic. Many faces pass through your ward from day to day that even though his is familiar, you can't quite place your finger on from where.
Who are you?
I feel like you already know the answer to that one, Jack. Told you a long time ago. That's not important right now. I need your help fixing.
Fixing what exactly?
Well, the web of time's been marked with by someone, and I why not gather a few people? Figured that since I can't do this on my own, maybe I should start getting into domestics. Even though I hate them. I don't want to say this is domestic, or putting out a call. And by walking into the box, he decided to answer. I am butchering this character, by the way. I apologize.
Okay, I still don't
That's
know.
okay.
I'm sorry, Doctor Who. I don't know what to do.
Basically,
Out of character.
ah, what would Jack do?
Well, first off, I wasn't able to fully understand the environment.
You are in a black space that is devoid of any features, except for a semi-reflective floor that you were sitting on when you woke up, and the
A,
Ninth Doctor. That is your environment.
so, basically in the middle of a void with one other person.
Yep. He was posed you a question. Do you wish to help fix the web of time, or not?
I don't understand. How could I, a field medic, help?
You'll see. Don't worry, you'll see. I just need an answer. Yes or no. Say no, you go back to your field medic. Back with your friends. Get back onto the glories of war for the United States, or you can take a bit of a break from that. We'll come back eventually. As if nothing ever happened. Or as if nothing ever happened. You'd only been
Fine,
gone for the 15-minute break. Alright?
I
And
accept. But you have a lot to explain to do.
sadly, I can't explain that yet. And then you wake up on a chair. And like with Crystal, I will get to you in a minute as I go to whoever's next.
Jin would be
Now,
next.
Jin, we've already been over this. But are you here, Rainbow?
Yeah.
You think back to that conversation you had your last gig in the bar, Field Man,
Hmm.
with John.
Yep.
And he poses you an interesting question as he walks. And as you're thinking back, you find yourself in this black void with him. As he's just kind of there, sitting on an amp, playing on his guitar, or his usual kind of fashion. It's very casual like. And he kind of looks over to you and gives a smile.
I don't really skip a beat. John, am I dead?
Ah, dead. No, you're not dead.
Where am I, dude?
Help. I was gathering a couple people and figured you'd be good for the job.
He lets out a big sigh of relief. Oh, dude. I thought I was dead.
Let me guess, that
Oh,
hobo
you
in
just
the
need
alley?
help.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll deal that hobo. Been meaning to for a while now.
Oh, you know about that guy.
I just suppose I was hanging around after all the parents. He kinda smiles. Now, come on. You've got work to do, and I have to... Oh, when you wake up, be sure to tell everyone that I'll be waiting for them at the end of
You'll be
And
waiting for them at the end?
yeah.
Alright. Make sure they know.
He nods. And then you wake up.
Alright, yeah. Efficient.
Percy! You're the last one on this turn order.
Alright then.
So, you wake up in this black void. You're lying down, and as you're kind of lying on the ground, you feel something kind of touch your leg a bit. Kind of repeatedly with a slow.
He would just kind of groan and lift up his head, looking to what it is.
It's a very familiar figure in a scarf who's, kind of tapping your foot with his yo-yo. Ah, finally you wake up. Hey, you're finally awake.
You just look at him, and
There's a
alright,
smile.
out of character, just to remember. Last time I saw this guy was after the bug incident, or during the bug incident, right? Are we still keeping
Yeah.
that? Because I know which
Yep.
doctor it was changed. He
Yep.
just looks up, blinks for a moment, and says, You're the scarf guy.
Yeah, and you're the kid who shot an insectoid in the head with a bow. Still remember you.
Well, I'm glad I gave a good first impression. He does that little, like, roll up to his feet. Just kind of sighing and looking around.
Kind of pockets the yo-yo and offers you a bag of something. Jelly baby?
Oh, much appreciated, thank you. He'd take one.
It's basically a gummy bear.
Yes. No, out of character. I know what a jelly baby is.
Yep. I apologize if the more fleshed out characters seem like they have more personal conversations. But I can use what I am given, and we.
To be
Sorry.
fair, how late were we up last
No,
night
that's
working
fine.
with this?
Almost 2 a.m.
Yep. He just kind of had a sigh and look around. Where in the bloody hell are we?
Not important.
Hmm.
Now, I need you to do something for me. I need you to lend me your bow again.
Do you know how to shoot it?
I mean, figuratively.
Oh. Okay.
You and that brother of yours, no good with the figurative. Come on.
He always did say it was kind of dense.
Well, certainly got tall over the years.
He just chuckles and just kind of gets, like, straightens himself up just to look tall. Very proud of that.
He kind of shakes his head a bit and laughs. So, bit of an instance come up, and I have to handle it, but I can't exactly help you. I can guide you and a couple other people, but I can't help directly. I need you to set some things right. Make sure things happen the way they should. In
Happen.
exchange, all I can do is promise that you'll get back to your brother safely, or as safe as I can.
He thinks for a
I've not
moment.
moved. I've not moved the
He thinks for a moment before looking to him. You said, like, put things back in place. What do you mean by that?
Someone's been doing some meddling they oughtn't have, and well, I'm ordered me back.
Oh shit. Is this like the aliens brother would always talk about?
Hey, he knows he's not supposed to talk about work outside of work. That's top secret. Then again, he knows me.
Fair.
But basically, yes. Tell you what, you help out with us, I'll put in a good word, and no matter what your brother says, I doubt they'll be able to stop you.
That that'd actually be amazing. If I could if I could join him, I wouldn't have to worry about him going off on his own. He just holds out a hand and just smiles. Yeah, I'll help.
You say that, and he does shake your hand, but then you wake up, which means I get to transfer everyone to the next map.
Oh boy.
Everyone is muted. I'm worried they are AFK.
Yee.
I'm still here. It's just I was,
So-
well,
You're fine. I'm mostly joking. I'll transfer you all to the console room.
Ooh.
So,
Oh, okay, so there's the body.
Very nice.
you guys wake up. Some of you on the floor, one of you in a chair. In this particular room, faint
one of those
humming.
on the floor.
Yeah. I believe Jack was the one in the chair.
Me.
How come I
Yep.
feel like Percy's just l- like like a freaking rug like over one of the rails of the stairs?
Yes.
I look around wondering where the hell am I?
Well, you're all waking up at the same time, so dialogue. You guys are all in the same room.
Uh,
But
you know
where?
something I should have said when I was meeting the first doctor? I
What?
should have said, I feel like I'm in purgatory.
Ah shit! Wait, I just realized I forgot to describe character.
That's okay.
Oh, don't
Ah.
worry. Me too,
Describe
dude.
now. Everyone can describe now if they'd like.
Alright.
Who wishes to go first?
Be better if you guys had pictures for tokens.
Yeah, I would.
I don't exactly
Yeah.
have.
I'll work on it after session because frankly, if I work on it right now, the stream will only see that and not the actual game.
There.
He's coming along nicely though.
Nice.
So who wishes to go
Um,
first?
I'm looking on. Oh, this will be a good substitute for an image. How do I make that image here? Upload character sheet. Edit. There we go. Avatar upload. Desktop. What's the name of it?
I don't have an image to upload for my character.
You don't have to have an image to upload. It'd be
Exactly.
nice, but it's. I mean, if push comes to shove, you can always describe it with words. That's the nice thing about tabletop. You use your imagination.
And if you don't have words right now,
Imagination.
we can describe it later.
Yeah.
Alright. Well,
I will say you're probably still in your military fatigues though, which
yeah.
so dark green with like it's probably a tan with the like the red cross on the side for medic
Yeah.
band.
I mean, character's a field medic. Jack.
Hmm. Ah,
You guys are all in the same room.
I do not work well with making other characters.
That is a good image.
So this is a bit of a challenge for me.
Let's
Plus, I'm
say
new to.
I'll be up here on the second story, closer to the bookshelves.
Whoa, how do you ping like that?
I used
You hold-
my
you hold
mind
down.
powers, bruh.
No, you don't.
I mean, as the DM, I can just wait.
Wow.
Wait. How do I ping like that?
Oh my god.
Wait a minute.
Wait, no, 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 no! I didn't mean to open Minecraft again.
God damn it!
So you basically
It's right next to
you,
Discord.
you click with the mouse.
You click and hold.
What?
Yeah, but
Oh.
like,
Oh. Oh.
Mm,
Ah.
You can also draw.
Can I?
Don't give me this power.
boy. Oh my god. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle.
Alright,
Are
it's
you
time
having
to
fun?
get squares.
Alright.
I'm not the one doing that.
How
Where
do I
y'all
erase
at?
that? How do I erase?
Alright.
You use the mouse to highlight it, and then you press
Oh,
back.
so you can do this.
Okay.
Alright, so do we have picture for uh who was it that you were playing, Rainbow? Jin?
Yeah, I'm trying to drag and drop.
Hmm.
Do I gotta do it this way? Probably. Swag. Yeah.
Wait, how do I drag and drop?
Very descriptive, Rainbow.
Oh my god.
It looks like he has a bullet hole in the middle of his head.
It's just the furrowed brow.
Oh my god.
I still don't know what I should do with mine.
Go to your character sheet and just hold your mouse button on your name and then drag it to the screen.
But I don't have a
Oh.
photo for it. So
We can,
Oh,
we can
well,
get
you
we can get
do,
it at a
I
later
think.
time.
no, it's just a default.
Oh, what? Weird.
It's just a default like
Yeah, not
icon.
everyone has pictures yet. It'll happen
Uh,
eventually. Anyhow. So in all seriousness, Rainbow, what does your character look like?
that's he's very smug and very happy with his smugness and what he has accomplished. See, what's not captured in that image is what's captured out of frame, and that is the facial expression you make when you're marrying someone's mom or someone's dad, and then you say at the bottom like some inappropriate text.
Okay then. Uh,
I guess I'll play Jack
Alright.
Gilbank.
As for Percy, he'd just kind of lift his head up, just kind of look around. He's a younger looking dude, probably no older than like 18. Blonde, wavy hair. Wears the wearing a leather leather jacket with a flannel underneath, with a t-shirt underneath, and he's just looking around very excited, confused, but excited.
Oh yeah.
He just kind of
It's,
chuckle, lift himself onto the rail and just sit down. So you're the fox he sent.
Jin stands up. He's resting, gaining his posture by putting his weight on the bookcase behind him. He's a rather short man of Asian descent. He's young, couldn't be older than 23, closer to 21. Uh, he's got black hair, but a white dyed patch through it, clearly meant to drag attention. And his outfit is that of a showman. Uh, you would see these types of outfits on magicians, stage players, anybody who's like formally dressed in a suit. And he's standing there. He says, What was that?"
Hmm. You're the one the Doc ended up, you know, putting on this mission.
The
Yeah.
doc? You mean the guy in the void?
Yeah, scarf guy.
I didn't see a scarf guy.
Huh. Maybe he was wearing something different with me.
I saw a musician. He was playing a guitar. Met him in a bar before too. It's kind of odd.
Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. He just kind of look at him, look at his outfit, and just kind of raise an eyebrow. I didn't think we'd end up having some hoity-toities the on this, but I mean, I'm up for surprises.
Oh no no, I'm not a hoity-toity. I'm purely an entertainer.
Ah, understandable.
I entertain the hoity-toities.
Oh, I feel so sorry for you.
It pays well enough to deal with the pain.
Sense motive.
Sense motive me?
Yeah, sense motive. See what you get. Tell me the result. I'm out in the kitchen right now.
Free.
Okay.
What am I gonna do? It's
Y'all
still
mean,
can talk whenever.
You're watching a guy, and start talking.
Still sitting
Oh,
in a
I'm
chair,
sorry. I'm looking
just
for an image for my
looking
guy.
around confused.
Damn, that's
TV
27.
27.
Damn, that was a
Alright.
19 on a die. Holy fuck.
Wait, what?
Alright. Jin, you have something in the area and excitement, confusion, slight bit of fear, and a very, very deep curiosity towards everyone in the room.
Okay. Jin pauses for a moment. And just kind of reads that. Looks over to the others in the room, trying to see what their demeanor is, to see if it's actually coming from them, or if if he's getting a vibe from someone else here.
How about the 27? You can assume that the room is. You don't know. And,
Hold on, you're cutting out, Doc. I'm sorry.
Alright. Well, I assume everyone is. I'd assume Jack is deeply confused. I do
Yep.
not know about Crystal's character. Percy, what is your vibe? Rainbow is vibe checking everyone.
Vibe checks.
That's fair.
He's
I
definitely.
saw it. I get to them.
He seems very excited, very cocky. He's like he's trying to size everybody up.
Hey, Leo.
Popo.
I'm just very intrigued with the environment. After supposedly coming out of purgatory.
Yep. So the excitement is not excitement. Maybe coming, guys.
I could see the
But
confusion coming from Jack. I could see the excitement coming from Crystal or Jonathan, and I there's the bold brashness and the excitement from
Percy.
Percy. Yeah. So if there was anything further, it's unaccounted for.
Yep.
All
I mean,
right.
it's unaccounted for now. Yep.
All right. Hey, you two down there, y'all okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
You sound loopy. Are you all right?
I'm sorry, that was not the great. That was not a good interaction. Let me try that again.
Yeah. But yeah, guys, talk, interact. Come on.
Why don't we just use the chat? The
Mm.
game chat.
I mean,
Because we
more
like to
boring.
do this in
Because
voice.
this is a
Yeah, we're in
vocal
here
role
doing
play.
these voices.
Okay, yeah, but like,
If you want a text-based D&D game, I don't run text-based. I'm sorry, man.
I'll try to say it, but like, keep a log.
I mean,
Eh,
so there's like 5 people
Kind
here.
of
We're not gonna
recording.
get it.
yeah, we're kind of recording it,
Yeah.
dude.
Okay, but like,
So I look up at.
I can't really play it back on a Twitch stream.
I look at Jin
You
here, and I say,
can,
"Yo,
and
what's going
I'm
on?"
going to be sending
No.
Doc the recording after.
Yo, man.
But like,
How
not
are
when it's
you?
still live.
Hey man,
I
just
can't
came out of
rewind a Twitch
purgatory,
stream.
so
I can
I have
only
no idea
rewind a
where we
YouTube
are.
stream.
You have any
Yeah.
ideas?
I have no idea. About 5 minutes ago, I thought I was dead. So you know as much as I do. You talked to
Well,
a
it's
strange
simple.
man in a dark room.
Yes, I did actually. An old man.
Yeah, seems to be the running theme now.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
Doc.
I think
Yeah,
I'm running this
Percy, you would
game.
not have seen an old man. He would have been his mid 40s at the earliest.
Yeah,
He's got very curly brown hair.
he just kind of nods. Okay, I'm starting to think that was different because I talked to the Doc, and he was not well compared to me, but he wasn't old.
I just talked to one guy I talked to was kind of older, yeah, but he played a guitar. He didn't seem like a doctor to me.
I mean, there's more than one kind of doctor, my dude.
I know, but my character wouldn't know that.
I know he's being snarky.
Yeah, because Percy is the only
You're cutting out, hon.
Alright.
Percy is the only one in the room that can identify the doctor they've met in one of the doctor's expeditions. Rainbow has met him outside of that, which he would have been using the by name of John Smith. So that is why Rainbow knows John. And Crystal, your character probably know him as Mr. Foreman.
Mr. Foreman. Okay.
Wouldn't give a first name. And Zake, you'd also it will decide that later.
Well, it's Zaki, by the way.
Zaki? Okay.
That's how you say my name.
Okay, okay.
Ah,
We didn't know.
sorry.
I mean, snap.
My read to mouth.
Yeah. Sorry. It's okay. Actually, many others has made that mistake too. Most others call me Zake or Zach or whatever, and then I tell them it's Zaki.
Anyhow,
Alright,
so
New game voice.
Percy would just kind of chuckle. But, yeah, so I guess if I'm gonna be stuck with y'all, who is everyone?
Well, I
I
am
will introduce
Jonathan
myself.
Lewis. Oh,
He
or should we go
he
one at a
just
time?
he'd look over and he'd just kind of chuckle. The quiet one speaks. What's your name, man?
Actually, hold on a second. Who are you looking?
Are you talking to me?
No.
Talking to. It was. You're playing
Jack.
Jack. Yeah.
Oh. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Name's Zach. Jack. Okay, you know I can't even say it right. Can I restart that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Go for it.
Well, I know.
Okay, but I might need a moment.
Alright. Oh, you have your moment. Everyone else.
I get up from the
Every-
chair. Name's Jack. I was in the middle of a war.
I can tell by the
And I was,
military outfit. Looks a little dirty.
yeah.
You just get off the front?
I mean, there was this void. I just happened to woke up into, and
Correction. You were at the front. You were not at the front in your medical hospital. You walked back into the back room of the tent. You found a blue box. You decided to step into that. And then you woke up in the void.
yep.
Hmm. But Percy would just kind of nod and give a smile. Well, nice to meet you, Jack. I guess we'll be working together.
I mean, well, it's nice to meet you too. What's your name again?
Ah, Percy.
Percy. Got it.
What the cat doing though?
What the cat doing?
He's still in the chair being lazy.
Of course he fucking is.
Not the same chair as I'm. Right.
Right.
Are there any doors around me?
There's a couple doors, yeah. Mostly there's the spiral staircase at the bottom. There's a couple. There's like one near the staircase, but that's and on both sides, but that's about it.
Whoa.
Seems like this top deck area mostly just leads down to the bottom.
Alright. Well,
I decided
Gina,
to grab and look
he
around.
walks towards that spiral staircase and proceeds to go
Reference,
towards
this
this.
is a door, and this is a door, I think. No, that's not.
He's
That's
gonna
cheating.
walk to the center of the room to look at whatever is this thing. I don't know what that is. I'm curious. Gene's gonna go look at it.
17, it is a big bunch of buttons on a panel with a little screen attached to it, kind of at this with the.
I get up and
And
went,
yeah,
wait, don't touch that.
Oh.
I wasn't going to, but
we still have
don't
no
worry,
idea
man.
what this place is.
I know that's why I'm looking around. I'm trying to figure out what this place is. I wasn't gonna touch anything I don't understand.
You know, my character probably accidentally pressed something.
Sounded
Alright,
like an
roll me a d100.
Oh no.
Who, me?
Who?
Crystal, if you're gonna press a button, roll a d100.
Oh my God, Crystal, why?
Oh no.
To 26. That's low,
What did you just do?
bro.
So you
You're
press a
1/4 away
button.
from a.
Yeah, so you press a button. And,
What just happened?
You can see.
I pressed a button and my character's like, "Oops,
Trying to think.
I don't know what that did."
you press a button and you, see something start blinking on the, little light starts blinking.
Quick, press that same button again. Maybe you can turn it off.
I pressed the
Alright,
button again.
Alright. A little, like, roll of numbers goes up,
That's
and
not
then,
turning
like,
it off.
spells
Wait.
something out. It says confirm destination.
I'm
Where-
sorry, what?
What? Don't touch it! Don't touch any more buttons! Don't touch any more buttons!
Sorry, I will admit I'm wandering around the living room. Cooler.
We should
Oh, that's
probably find whoever owns this place first.
Um. I mean, would it be safe to assume that the guy we all met probably owns this place?
But we all met a different guy. I mean, I would assume
Maybe it's
that,
joint
yeah.
ownership.
Maybe, yeah. You know what? Yeah, maybe it's like the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
I don't know what that is.
Oh.
Neither do anyone else in the room.
I'm just gonna look.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna look around the different rooms and see if I can find him somewhere.
Alright, I need to throw you guys back to the room map. Tell me, green, yellow, or red?
Green.
Guy,
I'm gonna try a
What?
green room.
red.
Alright, you sure about that?
Yes.
Yellow.
Green.
I
is
wouldn't
usually
risk
safe.
that. I'm going green.
I would not.
Alright, looks like everyone wants to do green. Alright. Let me count how many green rooms we've got.
1, 2, 3, 4,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 16 green rooms.
Do I have to roll a dice?
I
Not
get to
yet.
roll the dice.
You get to roll.
Alright. I'm gonna roll the dice. Are you looking for anything in particular?
I'm just trying to figure out where
Um,
this supposed.
some room with technology in it.
Art gallery.
What?
The workshop, actually. The garage. All these places
Okay.
sound fascinating and
I
could
just
hold
get
technology.
any room. Any room,
Alright.
really. Just
If it's
hoping
any
I
room,
can.
let's roll a d100. 92. Alright. And so, let me look at the rooms we've got here.
Any green room. Any green room.
Any green room, any green room. Any green room. So,
Hmm?
you guys wander straight from the main control room where you were, which is here. And you get, you start walking down the hallway, find a stairwell and an elevator. That's all the farther. And then, which direction from there are you guys going?
Let's go
Wait, we're in
left.
the main. We're in here, right?
You guys are here.
Oh, we're here. Okay.
Um,
Wait, wouldn't left go here?
Nope. Because that is on a completely different loop. This thing goes off of orbital patterns.
Well,
Oh,
Below us?
okay. So
You guys are either going to the garage or the bathroom.
Garage.
Okay, I'm going left.
Yeah,
Let's
Okay.
go.
going left.
Alright. So you guys go left. Find a garage. It's got got a couple, hold on. Let me actually look at this. Let me look at this. Because there's actually a room for this.
In the garage?
Yeah. So, you guys find not many vehicles in here. You can tell it is a garage. So the first one you find is a canary yellow Edward Roadster. The license plate reads Bessie. There is a Vespa motor scooter, a old Volkswagen, and a very, very, very nice looking motorcycle.
I assume the only one
I
I'd like recognize like the model of is like the real old one, right?
Can I
You'd
get on the
recognize
motorcycle?
I don't recognize any of these.
you'd
As Jack.
recognize the you'd recognize the Edwardian Roadster, but that'd be the only car of these you'd recognize because you guys employ something similar in the military.
Hmm.
So,
What vehicles were there? Because my character goes up and inspects for them.
there is a Vespa motor scooter,
I
a Volkswagen, a one scooter that you guys cannot identify, a motorcycle, and a Edwardian Roadster, which is just an old car.
I go up into
Um,
inspect the
I happen to find an
Volkswagen.
interest in one of the newer vehicles that I've never heard of before.
Guys, don't you get it? Our mission came with unique vehicles for each of us. Pick your favorite.
I want to be a biker.
I
Yeah,
want
I
to be
go
a
up and
biker as well.
I go up
Yep.
and
Uh,
inspect the Volkswagen.
what's a bike?
Percy just kind of looks at these and he's just kind of confused.
it's just a old Volkswagen Beetle like Herbie. It's also yellow, like a bright banana yellow.
Right, yeah, yo, that's good enough for me.
That hurts my eyes. Hmm.
The keys are missing from from the keys are not in any of these. And the motorcycle does not have is also missing its key.
Are any of y'all a mechanic or know how to hotwire?
Nope.
I'm just gonna.
I'll be honest, I don't know jack shit about. Well, I know these are
Don't
cars.
ask
That's
me.
about it.
So don't ask me. I'm just a
Don't
technician.
write it, say it, Zake or Zaki.
Jack curiously looks at one of the newer vehicles that he has never seen before.
Roll me a Arcana check. Leo, stop licking my foot, please.
What?
Arcana
Roll
check.
me an Arcana check. So knowledge Arcana. Sorry, my dog is licking my foot. Hello. Is there something
I
you need?
am trying to figure out how where that is.
That would be up in a series of skills that would just be labeled as knowledge.
So there's
Dog,
knowledge.
your breath smells like river water.
Oh,
18.
It's a it's a car. This is a car. It is a very strangely built car, but it is a car. I wish I had that voice clip because I could play K9 going, "We are in a car." It is a car. In fact, most of the vehicles here seem to be motorized vehicles of some sort. Notably for Percy, the motorcycle you're looking at is really, really not something you're used to seeing. It's a lot nicer than what you're used to seeing. Basically, it is a futuristic vehicle, but you can identify it as a motorcycle.
He's just kind of circling it, looking kind of confused. What
Would I
crackhead
recognize this
scientist?
motorcycle?
What crackhead scientist built this piece of shit?
Okay, that's a response. Just gonna diss Clara's motorcycle, okay.
Oh my god.
Okay, keep in mind, he doesn't ever actually mean, like, shit or fuck is, like, actually an insult. It's just a general term for him.
Oh my god.
Fair.
He shrugs and just kind of walks and hangs back. You guys have fun with, all this. I know nothing about any of this. Because Percy can't drive.
I recognize the motorcycle type at all.
Yeah, it's a fairly modern motorcycle. You've seen a couple people drive these around London. Apparently, there's a popular place you can rent them, but it's kind of standard for any time. For it's kind of like a standard motorcycle you'd see people running around with. You know, it's a European brand, but you're not sure who makes it or what model it is, because that was never pointed out. So I'm just assuming it's like the standardist version of a nice motorcycle that you can think of.
Ah, but
Because
it's
it's
from
not.
it's from the London area.
Yeah, you can recognize it as one of the ones that you've seen like running around. People rent them to go through the countryside
Okay.
sometimes. Like it's one of those things you see at the rent a cars. Leo, can you not? Okay, if you're gonna sit here, sit here. Don't lick me. I don't need you to sneeze on me either. Please, I don't need a bath. I'm sorry. I'm
He's
waiting for the
trying,
cat to come
man.
in here.
You know what?
Is there anything else in the garage that would catch someone's eye?
This
I
seems
mean,
interesting.
not really. The best
Say it, don't type it, Zaki. Or Zaki.
I try, but you're not letting me speak. This seems interesting. Tim Stanley likes the car he's looking at.
There are any of these. Leo, no. I'm going to shut this door, dog.
Do y'all want to go left again?
Kinda.
Yeah, 'cause
There
there's
are no
nothing
keys in
interesting
the
here.
car. You do not know where the key. So judging by the hallways with the oldest looking car of the bunch, you probably could drive it down the hallways if you wanted to.
Ha.
In fact, notably, you do see tire tracks as if someone actually has.
Oh wow.
What does
If we
mean?
follow the tracks, we might find the keys.
Yeah, right.
Guess I'm following.
Yeah, right. Let's go.
Yep.
So we're going left.
Yeah, let's go left.
Alright, left again. So
We
you're
might
keep
find
going
some food if
forward.
we go left.
Wait for me.
I think we're in the workshop. We're leaving you behind, Jack.
I try to catch
Alright.
up.
You guys get into the workshop.
I hold
Which
that door.
is which is it's actually looks like it is a workshop that is how messy is it? Just gonna roll. How messy is it? Like what's it like in there? Is it actually clean? It's actually fairly well maintained, at least currently, though it does look like there are some areas that have not been used in a long time. Um a lot of it is for machining metal or various parts. There's a lot of contraptions in here that you do not know what they do. That seem to hum with an energy internal to themselves that seems almost kind of electrified.
You
Um,
know that Jonathan's gonna want to mess with one of them.
yeah. There also seems to be like large gears and various other parts in here, like the size you'd put in a clock tower or something else, which you realize is what the car is for. because a lot of them seem to be broken or in maintenance, though you do not know as to what they go to.
Hmm.
Alright.
There's some big ass gears.
Cheers.
So my character goes out to one of the devices
Use
and
magical
inspects it.
devices.
Huh?
There's so many things I'm still
What
confused
is it?
about. Playing a check.
Use magical device.
Yes.
It's
I'll
not
use
magic.
magical device.
It's not
Well,
magic.
use futuristic device. That's what I'm using it for.
Okay. Yeah.
A couple of the boxes are labeled. You have like you see like K9 parts. You see K9 parts. You see TARDIS parts. You see miscellaneous junk, Bessie parts, which means those are car parts for the yellow car. Um, like different tools are labeled. Not all of these are labeled in languages you guys can understand, though. Some of these do have some older areas that are less used. You have a bunch of labels that are just confusing. But most of them seem to have been labeled in American English, or like not American English, but like English. Sorry. Um, though there is a there are like chains barring the areas that are not labeled with English, basically implying that something you're not really supposed to go there. Well, not barring it, but basically like there's it looks like you could close off that section of the workshop if you wanted to. It's not currently closed off, but like it basically has a chain across it that it's supposed to prevent some like it's one of those chains you see in stores that'll be like preventing vehicle like passage through an area, stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
or preventing like passage. It's not stopping anyone. It's more of like a hazard warning, basically.
Alright.
Percy kind of approaches that, looking very curious. What do you think's down there?
Danger, adventure.
So, did I
Given
just go up to one of the devices and inspect it?
Play with
Or
it.
did I just play with it? I don't know what I did.
Uh, hmm. Roll
Scrap-
me. Roll me a knowledge arcana check. Zake, please continue. I apologize.
me,
Yes,
A
you look like you're gonna say something.
knowledge
I mean,
knowledge arcana. Oh,
I was
I
still
don't even
thinking
have that.
actually.
Mm-hmm.
I
I
was
don't think
still
it's
thinking.
gonna. I don't think it's gonna come out with anything.
Wait, what did you think I was gonna say?
Oh, you just acted like you made a noise as you were gonna say something.
I
Um.
I wasn't thinking of anything actually.
Alright.
Okay.
I was still trying to figure out what I should do.
Okay.
Should I have rolled an engineering or arcana?
Arcana works. I know engineering is a thing, but most of this stuff is futuristic. So
Okay, well, I don't have that check marked. That's not a thing
if
for my character.
uh, I may add that to your background feats then. Like to your background feat knowledge engineering proficiency.
Are you saying what is my?
No, I may add it to your background feat later if you don't have it proficiency with it. But I didn't know there was a
Okay.
knowledge engineer.
Yeah,
Well, there is.
I have the engineering knowledge and check marked, and I had a one put down for its rank.
All right, you can check. All right, that's fine. Um, it looks like it's not part of a car. It's not part of anything you've ever seen. The best way you can describe it is it looks like you're looking at a part from a rocket from like an alien spaceship from one of those old sci-fi pictures. That's the
Oh,
best way you can describe it. It is just too complicated for you to understand. But then again, you did open like one of the things that was actually being worked on.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
Rainbow, you'd recognize it as a transmission, probably belonging to the motorcycle.
It's hanging on a
Just at
block.
a glance. It's not hanging on a block or anything. Just kind of on.
I might not have any expertise in mechanics or nothing like that, but I could probably tell there's a problem with it, right?
Oh yeah. Well, you can't tell that there's a problem with it. You can tell that you can tell what it is because, well, you guys saw the motorcycle earlier.
It was probably
Um,
was it missing that part? Because I would imagine if you're taking it out of that vehicle, if it does belong to that vehicle, you're going to be able to see like the interior of the bike if you've taken it out.
roll me a history.
I stepped outside. Could somebody roll my sheet for me?
I will have to do that as the DM.
Okay.
Cat, why are you sitting like people again? You're not people, you're cat.
But I wish to be
Hold on.
people.
I've got a decent advantage to pretty much most knowledge checks, honestly. Even if I don't know much, I'm still getting like a +2 or a +4.
Alright. Where is Okay, you got a dirty 20. The transmission on the bike was newer than this one, but it stuck out to you, which is how you can remember it's the bike's transmission.
Ah,
Apparently, this one has a hole in the side that you can only identify as a. You've only seen these in museums. It looks like one of those old weapons they'd find from the Huns. Only this one
no
looks brand
way.
new. In fact, the spear of it has punctured the bike.
This belongs in a museum.
What is it?
No,
You just kind of lean over and look.
it looks like weaponry. Weaponry from way back.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Y'all ever heard of the Huns?
Peppo,
No.
that's mom's computer bag. Nope, he's leaning on a disc case. Never mind. Computer bag.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Damn. How'd that get here?
Jin looks at Percy, Jack, and Jonathan. He sees Jonathan eyeing up the tech. You got anything interesting, dude?
Well, Jonathan was eyeing the same thing you just looked at.
Oh, dude, I thought he was looking at something else.
If he was looking at something else, well,
Okay, let me redirect that. Can you make heads or tails of this thing, dude?
I'm just looking around.
uh,
Jack just looks around.
It's. Hmm.
well, looking around, Jack, it's you're not a mechanic, you're a medical officer. None of this makes sense to you. Any of the gearheads back at base camp would go absolutely ballistic over this, though.
Mm. None of this is.
Does Jonathan have any knowledge towards mechanic stuff?
I have engineering.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of this engine?
Do I need to roll? I think I do. Yeah.
You'd need to roll, yeah.
Well, let's see.
Roll for engineering. 22.
22.
Taking a second look at it, this probably belongs to that really weird motorcycle. That wasn't that weird to you. In fact, comparing it to this thing you were looking at earlier, because I'll just define them as two separate things because fix confusion.
Mm.
It seems like this entire shelf is dedicated to working on vehicles, so whatever future part you were working on, seems to be a part of something else. That's also that's probably also one of the vehicles in the hangar. Because this entire shelf seems to be vehicles.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look in a different room.
Okay, what
What do you
direction
think
are
we
you
should
going?
do with it?
Zaki?
Hmm. I wonder, is there a medic room in this
Yeah, you
place?
guys could find it. You vocalizing this to the party?
I'm splitting from the party. Can I do that?
No.
I'd recommend not, but you
You
can.
never split the party. That's how people die. You think I'm joking?
Don't go to a red room.
Well, definitely not.
Go to a red room. Do it.
No. That is
So,
just. It's gonna guarantee me death.
it won't guarantee you death, it may guarantee something going wrong, though. Bear in mind, most of the stuff marked as red is stuff that could cause internal damage to the TARDIS if messed with, or could pertain to dangerous objects.
But Mercy just kind of look around. So,
Well, you guys do notice Jack leaving.
hey, where are you going?
Hmm?
Where are
Have
you
you ever
going?
seen the movies? The first guy to leave dies.
Yeah.
Does that
Hold
happen?
on one.
Sorry, I'm still looking around.
We'll get to
Well, we're all.
places. It's just, I mean, is there anything in specific you're looking for?
Well, first off, we still have yet to find this.
Jack, you've got no idea what the fuck a movie even is.
What?
Movies were not invented until 1980s. You don't know what the fuck that is.
No, I have no idea.
Like Jack wouldn't know what a movie is, so the phrase "haven't you ever seen the movies" wouldn't make any sense to him. Is what I'm saying.
No, just no.
So
Uh, we still have yet to find the the owner of this place or wherever this is.
Eh, that's fair. Oh, no. Did he actually tell any of you guys what we were supposed to do when we woke up? He
Well, I
literally
gotcha that
just
we were supposed to be
said,
fixing dots.
yeah, he
Oh,
he
yeah.
literally just said fix the points, pretty much.
That's what I meant. Fix the points.
Damn it, I should have asked more questions.
correction. He told each of you different things.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
hear
yeah,
nothing
yeah.
about
Oh,
fixing
shoot, wait.
points.
Hold on.
I
trying to-
Percy got told fix time.
Yeah, he's just like,
John got told fix the point.
I was told.
Zaki was told, or Jack was told the web of time is broken. And Rainbow was told. No, I'm getting that wrong. Excuse me.
Rainbow's Jin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jin was told that he'd be guiding you guys, but he couldn't go with you guys.
oh, Luna's in the chat. Hi, Luna.
I don't see Luna.
No.
Yeah.
I don't see
No, on the
that.
Twitch chat.
Oh,
What?
hi Luna.
Swag.
Woona.
That's how you know it's me. That's my catchphrase.
Oh.
Uh, Hold on, I
What's your
can't see the
Twitch?
chat.
Well, it's 'cause
Again,
it's
this is Twitch chat.
What's your Twitch, real quick?
I'll just put it in the thing. But
Um,
that's not something we should be
it's on
focusing on
your
right now.
it's on your Discord.
Oh,
It's on your
darn.
Discord
Oh,
profile.
never mind then.
Yeah.
Shiny armor.
Never mind. Forget what I said.
I mean, River,
I
you have.
had to guide y'all, but I couldn't go with y'all. That's so cryptic.
So, are you vocalizing that that was what you were?
Yeah.
Darknet, you have the streaming icon in Discord. The purple
I know.
play button.
I know. It's in streamer mode.
As the Discord says.
I know.
Okay.
You can probably just post it in crew text.
I'll do that.
So, what was everyone else told? If you guys are gonna get into this,
So wait, hold on. Was it correct
Yes.
that Percy was told that hold to fixed time? 'Cause
Percy was told. Percy was told to fix time. Zaki was told the web of time was broken, and Crystal's character Jonathan was told to fix the point.
Yeah, fix the points. I
So
don't know I don't know what the points are though.
Percy would just kind of say, I mean, do you guys have any idea what we're supposed to do? I was legit just told to fix time.
I was
If
told
there was a
the
time
time was
machine
broken.
somewhere, we could probably look for it then. Maybe that could help me fix the points.
The points.
I was just told the
I
time was broken.
I mean,
Jin thinks this place is pretty like high tech. He he have y'all tried like asking the thing we're in what we need to do, where we need to go? Because it's probably smart enough to answer. It's probably like an AI or like a robot somewhere that'll tell you.
what now?
What's an AI?
Okay.
Those
Okay.
are.
I've heard something about an
Wait.
AI in movies.
Wait.
AI. You mean like in a
Okay.
What?
like you mean in a
What
video game?
movie?
What year were y'all born in?
Out of character. I actually need to real quick. Let's see. So he's
None of these
Just
make
count
sense.
backwards by just subtract your age from the year you were the year it is for you. That's how to find it really easy.
yeah.
Jin
No,
is
that's what I'm
just like
doing. He's just
rubbing his forehead.
yeah.
It's like
Percy just
trying to
kind
like
of
grasp this.
I thought.
Percy just kind of thinks for a moment. 1867.
Not 1867.
What?
What?
Hey,
Did
okay.
did I get the thing wrong? Hold on. So 1880. Hold on. So he's from 1885 minus 18.
He's from 1985.
1980. I'm sorry, Bray. He's
So
from
then the
19.
concept
He's
of
from
robots
1980.
would be
He's just.
Um,
He just says.
It'd be video game.
I
like
thought the
stuff.
year was 1942.
No, it's
for
1985.
that's for you.
What?
That's for your character. Your character's from 1942, right?
Yeah, but that's
I'm
still
playing
a
in
valid.
character.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's still
that's
a
what I'm
valid
saying.
answer in character.
I think that was in character.
Yeah.
Yep,
I
that was
did
in
mean-
character.
Oh.
Yep.
1942. Okay, you've heard of robots then, like science fiction.
I'm not allowed to watch science fiction.
Not really much.
All right. Do you know what a computer is?
Oh yeah, those are like up and coming, aren't they?
Okay.
Um,
So,
I don't think so.
okay, a computer is essentially down the timeline, long after wherever y'all are from. Not you, Percy, but
Computer was invented. That was the first computer that between 1983 and 1971.
Yeah. Okay.
Which means I had no idea about it.
Right. So essentially, around 1971, we
Oh
have.
no, 1833 and 1887.
What?
He
Okay, then
developed a
what?
device that. Okay, let me look this up.
So wait, would I know what a
Charles.
computer is then? Or
Uh,
Would I?
you'd know them as like MOS translator and like a chip. Like you'd know them as.
As
You know that the higher ups, like some of the analytics team in your like for your area, where you're stationed, Jack, has stuff that they type into to do analytics and send stuff back and forth like a shortwave radio. Or they have code breaking stuff as well for when they get transmissions, but you don't do much with that being a medical officer. You know that you guys have some machines that'll like detect pulses and stuff too, but those are usually kept in big hospitals, not in the middle of a field tent.
forget I was playing a character. I already know these things, but like my character does not.
Your character knows what I just said. That's like the most he knows of like a highly advanced machine that thinks for itself would be something to do that. That's the closest he knows about outside of radio shows
Hmm.
and books like H.G. Wells. Which I need to look up in that. Yeah, no, Time Machine and stuff like that was written in by like as a sci-fi novel in the. Yeah, that stuff would be old. So I need to remember when it was written, but anyway, continue.
Well, basically, if compare what y'all know to modern day, basically, robots are machines that just do all the work you could ever want them to do for you. Though it's not on a scale like in science fiction, it's more like you'll have a device. Do I have a cell phone on me by chance?
Yeah, you
Can
have a cell phone on you.
All right.
You
I'm
probably have a
basically pulling
smartphone
out a
on you.
modern day smartphone in front of them.
Oh my! What is that?
It is
why
whatever
are
you
you
want
pulling
it
out
to
a
be.
glass brick?
It is. This is not a glass brick. This is a marvel of technology and engineering.
Let me
I
see
don't
that.
have any signal right now, so it's pretty close to
Can
a
I
brick. But
can I come in and say something quick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, honestly, I'm a little bit confused with
Uh,
what's going on. Am I supposed to be in the area
can I see that?
with everyone else?
Yeah,
you
you're
can look
supposed to
with
be.
your eyes.
Um,
You're
Okay,
with everybody else.
okay.
To be fair,
Um,
how,
smartphones are expensive.
I'm a little confused.
how,
Technically, my character
how do you even
knows
use that
about
thing?
smartphones and everything else because for him it's like 2021. What year is it for Jin?
This would be a current date modern cell phone from like
Think you're from 2018, so it's probably something like Android Galaxy S6 or something.
Oh yeah, so
I think they were
I'm a bit
past that in 2018. They were probably up to like 8.
Yeah, well, I know like
I'm
it's either an S7 or 8. Yeah.
I'm a
All
bit in
right.
I'm a bit in the future. I think I'm farther into the future than
Year
everyone else.
1995. I think cell phones for you are a handheld brick that come like a handheld brick, if I recall.
Mm,
I mean, isn't that the date I was born in?
That's the year you're from. You said it was
Oh,
1995.
okay,
what?
That's
okay. I was very confused. Oh, okay, I get it. Never mind. No, I'm somewhere in the
You're
past.
from that year.
yes, that was the last. That's
Okay.
what year your character thinks it is.
I gotcha.
Mm.
That means I was. That means I'm still around at the time where the cathode ray tubes were a thing.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Hold on a second. We all have these different things. Do you reckon we're from different times?
I mean, assume so, because, I mean, you're saying that that's a phone? This glass brick is a phone.
All right, what are your years?
It's a phone. I can contact people from across the globe. It is a brilliant mathematician that can solve any answer I ask it.
Okay, okay, we get it. But
Hey, I
sorry,
asked. Let him explain.
go on.
It's also a camera. I can take photos and preserve them for all time.
But
My
where
character's like,
would you...
whoa, a phone and a camera at the same time?
Okay, but where
Yeah.
does the picture come out of? And wouldn't you have to worry about getting them to, like, a Lightroom really quick?
Oh
I
no, no, no,
think
no,
they're
no.
too advanced.
You see, everything's digital now. We send it over like wavelengths in the air. So all the photos are stored on the device on like a little data chip, essentially. It's a little tiny computer, it holds memory. And through the power of technology, it can send that to something else, like a printer, which could produce a photo in physical form, or it
I
could be
could do.
uploaded to this
Uh,
the internet where you could share it with millions of people.
Uh,
oh,
I,
a
I
net.
believe my character should know what that is.
Yeah, you'd know what the internet
At least
is,
some
but
form
you'd
of it.
know that it's been like used by. But you're from like the early stages of the internet where it was just
Yeah.
invented, not out for the
You
public.
mean
Yeah.
you're from the stage of the internet where YouTube was a fucking dating website.
oh my god.
Fun fact,
Hold
that was
on
actually a thing.
They're telling me that this little thing.
You got a half of one. You got a lighter on you? I didn't have a lighter. I was using a mattress. My lighter went out of fluid right away. But I was just
This is
very special to my D and
way
D
too
games.
much.
That's what I was
Way.
running. That's the only
Okay.
reason I cared when we were out.
I'm confused. What's going on?
Way too much.
They're talking to someone.
My character.
I must have
think
double tapped my mute button. Sorry. Sorry about that. What did I
Oh
miss?
shit, Doc, I just realized something.
Mm.
Back to the Future was released at the same year my character's from.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude, one thing I'm noticing, and this is sort of out of character, it's just like, I love hearing you guys react to things you don't understand from my time period, and it's like funny because it's even current. So having to explain what a phone is, I've never had to do that in my life.
Oh yeah.
So that's really interesting. I feel like that could break far too easy.
Yes, yes, it can. Threw it against the floor hard enough, it'd crack the screen. It might break, it might not function, but it'd mostly be an eyesore.
Alright, alright.
Um.
So wait, what time are you from?
Yeah, 'cause they
The
got that
year
question earlier. Or Zake, sorry.
2018.
What? I thought it was 1942.
Oh,
I thought
1940.
it was 1995.
Everyone who's from above 1942, make me a history check. Just because I feel like this would be the point where you guys would piece this together.
Wait a second.
You want us to
We
all
would
do
all
a
said-
history thing?
That's
Guys,
an 8!
Eight.
We were summoned here from different years over time problems.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Holy shit, it's that new movie! It's like that new movie type deal.
What? What movie? What even is a movie?
It's hmm. uh
Do you know what a picture is, Jack?
Mm, I'm not
You
even
should
sure.
know what a picture is.
I think back then it was like black and white pictures, wasn't it?
So the TV was invented in 1921. So Jack, you'd be aware of what a television show is.
Yeah.
But like the first
Hey.
airing of like a cinematic movie of like an hour of like a good length did not happen until the 80s. It took them a while to get the technology there.
Well, photos. Yeah.
Could I roll? Could I roll for having
Okay.
Back to the Future on my phone?
Oh my god.
Oh my
So
god.
think
Yeah.
of a movie as a moving picture, going frame by frame.
So the pictures, they the
They
thing
kind of
inside the picture moves.
To you, they're just describing
well,
a television show.
You
Yeah.
mean
yeah,
you mean like a
basically.
TV?
Yeah, no, it's just exactly like that.
Huh.
Except it's meant for a theatrical release.
But then, what makes a movie from a TV?
Okay, so a movie is usually shot from a camera. You probably don't know what a camera is.
Hmm.
You'd be aware of cameras because film was still a thing.
Holy
Well,
shit, I didn't
fair
realize how old some of these Disney movies were.
enough.
Yeah.
Disney.
Ah,
That was me out character. That was me out character.
I'm gonna be really bad at explaining this, so just beware.
the first Disney movie was released in 1937. You'd be very aware of who Walt Disney is in character.
Yeah, because wasn't he also like a huge like?
Cartoon artist for before when like
Well, no, didn't he also
your
like
your
do a
character
lot of
would know
stuff?
what
Yeah, he did a
your
lot of stuff for
character.
World War II.
Okay.
Yeah, he did World War II propaganda, so you'd be able to actually comment on
You mean
that with the character.
you mean the guy from? Oh, oh my.
That wasn't in character though.
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
that was not in character. Sorry.
Sorry,
Um,
I was trying to react.
you're good. You're actually doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bambi was released in 1942.
Disney. Don't you mean that? Oh, that guy. That
Again, that was a not in character comment.
Well,
I
Yep.
can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know how to put it.
well, that's because it's out of character. You don't have to put it anyway.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that was Shining speaking, not Percy.
Okay.
Don't worry
Sorry.
about it.
We'll just get back in character then.
Anyhow, so wait, hold on. You said your name was Jin? Was it? If you're from, you said 2018.
Yep.
Do you
That's
have
right.
flying cars yet?
Sort of, but not how you expect. Like, there's been a prototype flying car, but it wasn't very successful, and that's about as far as we've gotten. So we've tried. I can tell you that we've tried.
Cars. I don't even know what a car
flying
is.
car.
You would know what a car is.
Well, okay.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
never
had-
seen one flying.
You would know
Yeah.
those little tankers. Those cars
Yeah,
are
because they
basically
had like
indestructible.
tanks. The Edwardian Roadster would be something recognizable to you because they used those in World War II, I think.
But flying
beef.
cars?
Yeah, we're trying it. It's not really going anywhere because everybody knows it's a waste of time, money, and everything
How?
else.
That's not. Is
Not.
that possible?
It's
mean-
entirely possible. Is it efficient or something that we
There
should
were
do?
also
No.
planes in World War II, so plane could technically be a flying car in a way.
Mm-hmm.
Plane is not a car.
In
Percy
fact,
would just
It's
kind
not
of think.
defined as a car, but it's just a thing to note. Sorry.
Percy would just kind of think. So, okay then. Question: How?
Hmm.
I haven't actually. I've only seen like little snippets of it from friends. How much did Back to the Future get right? Because that was just released.
How
Do you
much
know
did
the
they get
movie?
right?
Do you know the movie? Do they keep
Yeah,
movies that
I've seen
long?
all 3 parts.
3.
Yeah, you didn't know? There's three. There's 3 parts. Back to the
Uh,
Future, Back to the Future Part 2, and Back to the Future Part 3.
wait,
They
Back to the
Oh,
Future
just
again.
they
pause.
I think
Wait,
they
that's major
just
spoilers.
I
wait.
I yes.
What if knowing all this future stuff, when we haven't discovered them yet ourselves, could cause a
Yeah.
problem with our time?
I mean, as long as we don't
I,
tell anyone.
I mean, yeah, I'm not telling you the winning lottery numbers or anything. What are you gonna do?
Out of character, Rainbow. I actually made a joke about that last night. Because the original plan was for Percy to be from 2015, but we decided on something else. We were going to make a joke about it, but
Let's not get too carried away. We still don't know what we're doing here.
I mean,
All we know
hey,
is that
dude, hey. He just kind of snapped his fingers in front of his face. Dude, chill. I know that there's a lot going on, and frankly, we don't know jack shit. That being said, we're in this brand new, apparently futuristic place with people from different times. Live a little, enjoy
Jen,
it.
Jen gets a smile on his face and says, "Yeah, dude, you're stressing out old Betsy." And then he taps lightly on the walls of the TARDIS.
Is that the TARDIS? Is that what this thing is named? I don't know. People
No,
always
that's what
name
it's
their
called.
clothes.
That was out of character. Like I was quoting and then stating what I'm touching.
Uh,
I don't.
Oh,
Think
yeah.
that's what it's called.
So you're talking about like the box labeled that, or are
Right,
you
or
tapping
like
the
no,
wall of
I'm
the
like
ship?
I'm tapping the walls of the building we're in, just saying old Bessie.
Okay.
I was like, hey, you're stressing.
Roll me another sense motive.
oh,
No, okay,
no!
no way.
You offended the TARDIS.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
1 sec.
maybe we should.
Well, to be
Just-
fair, we don't know it's sentient.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
don't,
I have no clue. Alright, I'm opening my character sheet real quick.
and I'll have to DM this one to Rainbow. Sorry.
Dear God.
Oh no, you really fucked up.
What
Damn.
happened?
27.
Alright. Keep going while I message this over.
Okay.
But no,
Going back.
seriously,
What?
you gotta live a little, man. I know you literally just came from a war, or I'm assuming by the military outfit, but like, hey, you're not in a war
Jen
now.
kind of nods. I was thinking, man, you might have been a little shell shocked when you came in.
Yeah, maybe.
That would make sense. I don't know. I just think this is
Maybe.
all real cool. There's so much to learn about all this stuff.
We still don't know what we're dealing with here.
That's the fun part.
So wait, I have a question for you, Jim. Do computers in the future get more powerful?
Hold on.
Oh,
Wait, what'd you say?
I said my character is said to you do computers in the future get more powerful? Did you hear me?
No, I need to turn up my volume or
Did
something.
computers get
I have
more
you,
powerful in the future?
Hey, calm
It's not
down.
Yeah.
y'all guys.
Yes, technically they do. They make you much more powerful in the future.
How much?
I mean, it depends on your perspective. You can do literally anything you can put your mind to with technology. You could start a revolution with one of these devices by yourself if you know what you're doing.
That's kind of terrifying, and I love it.
They even got rid of the horrible malware viruses.
Dude, only old people get those nowadays.
Um, we're from different times. Technically,
You had to think my computer is like a Windows, I think a Windows 95.
And I was still putting it into perspective, saying like
I-
even like through most of our people's times. We don't have to really deal with
95.
that.
What? What do you mean Windows?
That was out of character again, I believe. Or
Sorry,
was it in character?
I was trying to be in character.
Oh no, wait. Windows 95 has not been invented yet. It'd be like a
Yeah.
Windows CE.
Or like, not the earliest one I could find was like the Mac. Was like a Mac. Windows was
Mac.
invented because someone got pissy at Mac for charging too. But
For
anyway,
what?
Yeah, moving on.
Oh, that's
Back
fair.
into character.
Maybe I should.
yeah, back
play
into
it
character.
But first, you just kind of just go, I mean,
We're still in like the garage area. I think a lot of us are
We're
sick
still
of
in the.
seeing the same.
You're still in the workshop, yeah.
Sorry, not the garage, the workshop. I think a lot of us are ready to move on.
oh, you guys want to explore more?
I'm down.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Party.
Oh. Come on, boys, let's get going. And he'd start running off.
What door are we going to this
Wait!
time? What?
Runs after them.
Alright.
Keep up, medic.
Runs after.
So you guys end up in the lift shaft and stairwell area again. But after some time of running around aimlessly, um,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm?
right.
Should we just roll?
No.
I'm going to roll to see whether call everyone high or low.
Hi.
Hi. We can't
Low.
be wrong with highs twice. It's
Hi.
mathematically improbable.
Alright. So you wander around for a while. You find yourself in a well, what room are you guys aiming to find? Are you guys aiming to find are you guys what, like, are you like not paying attention to what you're wandering into?
Should we try one of the yellow rooms?
Is there?
You guys don't know that the rooms are labeled in character.
Yeah, we don't
But
know what they are.
Is there?
Burrs is just curious.
Man, are any of these rooms gonna help us figure out our purpose better or more
We
clearly?
might need to try one of the yellow rooms.
Again,
That's what
we
I'm
don't
thinking.
know in character that there are yellow rooms.
well, I think he's being out of character.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys can try one of the rooms.
Y'all in for a yellow room?
Sure, let's do that.
Risky, however.
All right, let's put Jonathan in first. Let him go in first.
Oh yeah, let me die first then.
Well, dude, just think about it.
Cause
a
likely
small
if
step
there's
for you is a large step
like,
for mankind.
cause likely if there's technology, we'll
Oh
want
my
to screw with it.
god. Do people, like, still say that in your time?
No, I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
I figured it's closer to his time period.
Mm,
Still.
So where are we going?
Oh, hey, wait. Jack, I got
Huh?
to tell you something pretty important. So you're from 1942, right?
yeah.
So Hitler killed himself, and we won the war. Figured you wanted to know that. That happened in 1944.
What?
Yeah,
Wait, what?
yeah, we won.
Uh,
The American forces joined with the Russians, and I believe we stormed them. I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
paradox, paradox, paradox.
Just don't
Not a
tell anyone,
paradox.
dude.
So, you guys end up running around for a while.
I don't believe this. I don't believe you.
Go ahead, John.
And eventually, you guys walk yourselves into a room that is a lot warmer, nicer.
Hmm.
And in it is impossibly a field of flowers with just a ton of butterflies wandering around. Which room are we in?
Percy
The
just looks.
sky is almost like a clear, sunny blue, and there's on kind of on a hill, sort of towards the center of the room. You're looking up at it. You can just see an old rocking chair with a basket of yarn, and
Can we
it's
stay
just
here?
there.
Which room are we actually in?
Like,
This
I told you
is
guys we were dead.
no. Either that
If
or
we're
some of the
dead, can I
folks at
pinch you?
school spiked something.
Yeah, go
Actually, that
for
would
it,
explain
buddy.
how today's gone.
Roll me a perception.
I didn't think LSD could do that.
Who's rolling perception?
Alright, so we're all rolling perception?
All of us?
21.
Oh boy.
Okay. Are we all rolling that? Okay.
Yes, I need everyone to roll that.
Do I have to roll too?
Yeah, son, bringing it home with a big 12.
This does not need to be a high roll.
Well, we've got one with a really high roll. I feel confident. You know, if a party member gets a high roll, you know, that's a good round.
Look,
I'll-
I kind of statted in
I'll-
perception, so.
I'll try to roll.
Alright.
I have 8 in perception, so I have high perception.
I forgot to put a point. In
You guys have a
perception.
higher perception. I only have a 7.
Can I re-roll that actually?
No,
I forgot to put a
10.
point in perception.
It's just 10.
just add the point in.
Nothing happens to me, right?
Nah, it's just you guys are looking around. You've never seen a butter. You find flying up in the air, it kind of shadows over, and you guys can cloud at first. It's a butterfly the size, like a very bright crimson and gold butterfly about the size of a car that's just floating around.
What?
He
What
just
is
kind of looks at that and blinks.
What is
Okay,
that?
now I know that someone spiked my drink.
Yo, is that a magic butterfly?
That thing is huge.
Hey, Mr. Butterfly, come here.
Do you really think the butterfly's going to listen?
I don't know. Can I sense motive on the butterfly?
No,
Does
that's
it
not
even
gonna
have
work.
sentience?
Who said sure?
Doc.
DM.
Well, there we go.
Persuasion? Have you tried persuasion?
I'm not trying to convince it to be my friend. I'm trying to figure out if it even recognizes us.
There. Yep. Persuasion. Is for asking for things.
Yeah, I'm just
No.
seeing if it's like
Even
You
sentient.
God.
asked it to come over.
yeah. I'm trying to figure out if it has
Persuade-
brain
What color
function.
is your character wearing?
You just asked it.
Black and white.
Oh, it's a butterfly, so they're not very intelligent.
I'm still wearing
Are you
war
wearing green?
coats. Yeah.
That'd be green.
Oh no.
Well,
I'm wearing
it
red.
did not one. So, it actually comes down, lands and kind of like lands next to Jack, and
Mhm.
kind of starts like trying to like climb on him. Rainbow, your character realizes that it's asking for pets like a dog.
Guys, this butterfly wants to be petted. Look at him. Look at the puppy dog eyes.
Uh,
Say no more. Percy just
Jin
goes
have-
over and he starts
Jin
petting
gets
it.
the butterfly. Yeah, we all
Alright.
I
One of my
start petting it
favorite,
too.
like, random
Yeah.
things about the TARDIS is there's a butterfly room, and in looking it up, I found this particular thing.
uh,
But
Jack is terrified. Or
yeah, it does
terrified.
roll animal handling those who pet.
I am terrified.
15, not bad.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Percy,
Oh, no.
you manage to pet it for a bit, but Jin moves closer. It almost, and Jin, you sense that this thing seems to be terrified.
Oh god.
Almost
I
like
am terrified.
there is a sense of recognition from this flutterby of you that fucking terrifies it, and it is
Oh.
gone.
What?
It's
Oh.
from this butterfly, and it is gone.
Well, guys, that's why you never judge a book by its cover.
Oof.
I can't believe I just pet a butterfly. He just
Can't
kind of
believe it
looks
ran
at his
away from me.
hands.
Is anyone going to question why that thing came to me?
Uh.
You kind of, you kind of look like a plant.
What?
Yeah, you're wearing green, dude. It's a butterfly. I probably didn't know better.
That's amazing.
I mean, are you guys gonna keep looking around the room?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
This is the outdoors.
go
This
for
is
the-
Percy's
yeah.
element.
Jin
Alright.
walks up to the rocking chair and the knitting thing and just inspects it, looks around.
Is there
So,
a tree
on
anywhere
the,
in here?
There's no trees, but a
Oh.
lot of flowers and stuff of varying
just-
species. Some you recognize, some you don't.
I'm just gonna keep
Um,
looking around.
alright. And you get about the same thing. On the rocking chair, though, there is a book. There are two books that are kind of small. The first one is titled A Million Different Species of Butterfly from Across the Milky Way Galaxy and How to Identify Them. And the second book is written in that same circular language you were seeing in the first section. But on the cover of it is a picture of a butterfly with the same pattern that just landed and nearly and terrified the party.
Whoever sits here is clearly a butterfly enthusiast. They've got books on, like, I don't even know. I don't even believe what I'm reading here, guys. Look at this. I hand them the book about the butterflies from the Milky Way galaxy, for one, because that one's just what?
Question, Doc. Would I have heard about any of the ones that are in there, considering Bro? Would he have told anything about any of those?
Bro has not left the planet. Though
I
you would-
figured.
you
I
would-
wasn't sure if any
you
had
would've-
been brought here.
No,
Gotcha.
usually not.
I just
You do
keep looking-
recognize a bunch of the species.
I just keep looking around the room, seeing what I can find. Can I roll perception?
Millions and millions of millions of butterflies, enough that if they were to land on you, you'd be covered.
Does someone have a fear of butterflies?
They're kind of big.
That butterfly is the only one of that size. There's only one of those in the room. So there are a couple of varying colors, and if you guys are flipping through both books, Rainbow, you'd see the giant ones seem to all be outlined in descriptive and painstaking detail in that book that you can't read. But most of them range in size from the one you guys just saw, which was the biggest, to about the size of a giant maple leaf, to one that if it was on the center of the rocking chair, it'd probably cover the. And those vary in size from the size of a small car to the size of a large magazine to it.
Hmm.
So those ones are, there's only one of each in here. One of them looks like it's flat out made of crystal. Another one looks like it's made of silver, and they just kind of have all weird metallic colors. And they seem to get incredibly fucking big.
The crystal butterfly. Oh my god, that sounds like Dark Souls.
I slowly approach one of the butterflies.
It is a
Carefully.
butterfly.
Flutter, flutter.
You get to. It flutters.
It grows fangs and bites your hand off.
What?
I'm sorry.
Bad rainbow.
Yeah. If you approach one of the special ones, those ones actually do tend to be more friendly. In fact, as you guys are at the chair, the crystal one, the big one actually comes back down and just kind of perches next to the chair,
I just
and
slowly approach one
then
of the butterflies and
you.
with caution.
Okay. I mean, it's a really pretty monarch butterfly. See these all the time back at home.
I'm just gonna.
These
Butterfly
aren't
driving a
special
truck.
butterflies.
Yeet.
They're just butterflies, pretty
I
much.
rolled. I rolled. I rolled.
I mean,
So
it flutters off. It's a butterfly.
I
you
They're a
said that
rolled.
big
big.
thing.
You said that big one came back down. Yeah. How big are we talking? Are we talking rideable big?
It doesn't. It seems like it'd be too flimsy to ride, but it does seem like it is the size of a. It is bigger than the rocking chair.
Okay.
You saw that thing.
I mean,
Actually, the crystal one lands on top of the chair, and actually, as it flaps, it's sitting there, starts rocking it back and forth. Like the really weird metallic ones almost seem to come up to you guys and ask for attention, whereas the other ones are just normal butterflies.
Mm,
So
I look
essentially,
around again, trying to find something other than a bunch of butterflies.
you guys are in the butterfly room. You find a bunch of flowers. I'm
can I
sorry,
pick?
this is the butterfly room.
I'm
Oh
gonna
my
pick
god.
some flowers, yo. Let me get some flowers.
Yeah,
Hey, hey,
pick
hey,
up a
hey, hey,
couple
hey.
flowers.
He just kind of stops him. Show the
What?
ones that you're gonna pick first. Because we don't know which
Oh,
ones are poisonous or not.
these really pretty red ones.
Can I roll knowledge
Uh,
nature?
Sure.
um,
God damn it. I
You
thought I thought I put
you
something into knowledge nature. I guess not.
you walk over up to a patch where you actually do kind of find a little tree. It's nowhere near the. There's another chair over this one. This patch attracted your attention because the grass over here is different. It is silver.
It's silver?
Yeah, like a metallic silver. So is the tree,
Hmm.
and it's just kind of surrounded in this ring of no correction. The grass is
um,
blood red, but it is
I
surrounded in this ring of stone.
I
And
got a feeling we probably shouldn't linger for long.
you go to like pick one of these up, and it's it doesn't hurt you or anything, but the species of flower is something that evades you. It does seem though like the butterflies that are different though really like this patch. A lot there's a couple smaller versions one and species uh that seem to be like really tiny from what you're seeing of the ones that are floating around over by the chair. These ones actually seem to run away from you guys.
Hmm.
But these ones seem like they're younger versions that are feeding on a particular patch. In fact, as you even noticing the ring of stones, you notice that there are different rings of stones outlying different places. Notably, apparently, written on the withered stones of this one is a name, and then but you're too distracted by the fact that each of these patches does actually have a stone marking different things about them. Case in point, there's one that is actually labeled. There's one fuck. Hold on. Uh, but basically, you don't know what species these are from, what area of the garden they're in. But you do looking around, noticing that this area is that there are actually different subsections to the place, and it also seems to be like a basically, you realize you've walked out of one room and into another accidentally. This seems to be like a garden that you've walked into by exiting through a glass door that, by exiting through a glass door following Rainbow.
Hmm. He's
Oh.
gonna pat around in his pockets, and I'm going to ask this right, Neurodoc, because I forgot to ask before. Would you allow me to have a journal?
Sure.
Right, he'd pat around in around his cargo pants, end up pulling a journal out of him with a pencil, and just start jotting things down.
Yeah, basically, Butterfly Room is connected to the garden, so
Gotcha. He,
I don't know.
no,
I don't want to redact the entire thing. But excited.
that's fair. Sorry,
Because I'm also
just
I
looking at the direction of rooms.
I look
I'm
for an
actually
exit.
gonna, if you don't mind, I'll redact that. I'm sorry that I just get like a big description thing,
it's
I
okay.
head towards an exit.
but
All right, one person at a
I'll
time.
change it to the flower is safe, though you do not recognize the species. But when you do pick it, it withers and turns to dust in your hand,
Hmm. That's
almost like it
unfortunate.
shouldn't have been.
I guess
Uh,
let's not pick these then.
I slowly head to an exit door.
I also proceed to leave as well.
Yeah.
Let's
Are we leaving?
not go back in there.
He's just gonna write that down in his journal, close it, put it back in his pocket, and follow the others. Well, you guys are in a
Like,
hurry.
as you
I
leave,
follow
though,
the
the
others.
bigger butterfly does try and follow you out of mercy. It
He
What?
kind of
it
seems like it's sad that you're leaving.
he turns around and looks to it, and he puts out a hand gently. You want a few more pets before we go?
It just hand to face.
Oh my God! I pulled the How to Train Your Dragon moment.
Are you guys taking the books with you, by the way?
I'd say
No,
probably leave
I
it.
don't. They're not mine. Yeah,
Alright.
I'm leaving it.
Yep, but I will
Okay.
give Butterfly pets before we leave.
How many butterflies can I fit up my shirt?
Oh my God!
I'm still terrified at the. My character's still terrified at butterflies because of the big wood just kind of got
It
near
just-
me.
Uh,
And I,
so you could probably fit a couple of them, but at the same time,
I
you
don't
don't
wanna
know
kill
if any.
the big one that got near
Yeah.
me kind of scared me.
I don't want to kill them. They'll die.
Just please leave the butterflies in the butterfly room.
Yeah.
What's
So
the next room?
as you do leave, you do notice a couple pinned to the doorway of this room. It are a bunch of nails. It looks like something was taken down from it. Um, you guys can roll me a perception to see if you figure out what.
I can try.
Sure.
Okay.
If not, we can move on.
You said a perception?
Yeah.
Oh damn! That's two 26, a 27, and one of those 26 is a nat 20. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Seems
Oh.
that at some point,
I got a
and
9.
you do find a note that's like the remains of a shredded note in that same circular language.
All I got is a 9.
But this is kind of horrifying. You guys realize what used to be pinned to the wall here next to this note that is been ripped up on the almost out of anger used to be butterflies.
Oh.
By the
I'm
way,
getting a really bad vibe check from this area.
where are we? By the way, within the TARDIS.
You are somewhere.
Oh, we don't know. Okay.
Yeah, we don't know. This isn't actually on the map. This is just a room that I have that's somewhere that you guys can find randomly.
What
Okay.
the hell is this?
Oh,
Anyway,
I look around.
come on. Let's get going. Like you said, we need to find the one guy, don't we?
Yeah.
Let's go find the one guy.
Come on, come on, come on.
And then
He's actually
Oh
gonna start pushing
yeah.
people out of the room.
So you guys wander around more for a bit, and you find a kitchen, bedroom. You find a lot of stuff. No people though.
Abandoned.
Until you walk into a particular storage room and look at a mirror, and there's a little girl standing in it, holding a red balloon that looks at you,
Wait, which
looks
one of us is this?
confused.
Which one of us is at the
All of
mirror?
all of you, all
oh
of you,
my
as you
god!
guys walk into the storage room.
Not only
She
does this
looks
place make no sense.
confused. She looks confused, and then she just kind of and hesitant, and she just kind of like moves to move forward, like taps, looks at, and then hits the glass, gives a very angry expression, takes her hand off of it, and walks
I
off.
slowly
off
back
brand.
away from the woman.
I approach
It is a
the mirror.
Percy, Percy's going to go over to the mirror and kneel down. Hey, kiddo, can you hear us?
I slowly back away.
Are you a ghost? Are you dead?
Shh. He just kind of looks at it, and just doesn't even. Nope. Stop. Bad.
Dude, it's a kid in a mirror.
Still.
I walk
Can you
up to
hear
him
us?
and look into the mirror.
I just back away
Is there
a
anything?
little.
Is there anything that Percy hears back, or does she make a response?
She walks back into the room, or back into the back into it.
Am I okay? Am I even being acknowledged with what I'm trying to do?
Yes, you are.
You're backing up. Yeah.
You're trying to back up, yeah.
Yep. Percy.
It's just what you're doing would take you away from the party, and I'm going to stick the camera where the majority of the party is usually. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Percy just kind of looks to her. Can you hear us?
Give us a sign.
She mouths something.
She mouths something.
Yeah, she mouths something.
Would I be?
She's staring angrily.
Can we try to lip read her?
Sure.
What would that be?
What would that be? Because I could do sense motive and perception for either. I obviously she's mad. Probably don't need to sense her motive.
Intelligence check. Or
No. Oh, this is not a charisma check. Oh goddamn!
Yo,
Percy
where's
can-
that?
She says, "You're with him. I don't like you."
Who's him?
Who's him?
The man who did this to us. The Time Lord. With him. Leave.
Don't understand.
She just repeats the word again.
What's the Time Lord?
I
What man?
Wait.
out of character.
If we
Would
tr-
I?
Nope, you'd have
Nope.
no idea because that'd be
Okay.
secret of knowledge.
Gotcha. That's one of the things my
Acknowledge that
brother
you
did
mentioned
manage to
time.
keep quiet.
Income. I'm just gonna come back.
He just kind of thinks for a moment. I. Oh.
Can I
Why don't we?
Go for it.
Sorry.
What you doing, Zach? Or Zaki? Sorry.
I slowly approach the woman and then just say sorry.
He kind of looks at you and says, and like this is all lips, so you can't hear a voice. Also, this is a child. She looks like she's probably 8.
I just approach and just say sorry after hearing them.
Reading their lips.
She
She what?
Hmm.
Assuming we're still relying on Percy's role.
She probably wants to break out. I don't even know what this
Percy,
thing is.
Yes?
can you help?
Help with. Is this inner character or out of character?
The the woman.
The girl?
Yes.
What do you need me to help with?
I don't know what she said after me saying sorry.
Has she said anything after?
She hasn't said anything to that.
Oh.
He just sighs, gives her a sympathetic look. We'll figure something out, kiddo. He then kind of basically grab the others and start moving them along to the next room.
Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's leave the kid in timeout.
We don't even know where
Are you
they're.
gonna vibe? Are you gonna vibe check the child?
Part of me
Yeah, as
feels
I'm leaving.
bad.
As we're leaving, yes.
Part of me feels bad about the kid.
There is a sense of hatred that is much older and much deeper than you would expect out of a child. You don't even think that's a child.
Yeah. Yeah.
You get an instantaneous sense of hostility. The idea that if you're out, she would kill you.
I suggest we lock this room.
No,
If that's
why?
even a thing we can do. That thing's contained for a reason, and it wants out.
That thing is a child.
Eh,
Part of me
You've ever-
feels bad.
I've never seen a child trapped in a mirror before. Just saying.
Fair. Okay.
Help.
Could be like one of those sci-fi monsters where they disguise as something innocent to win your trust. Why would it be locked up? And why does it look like it just wants to kill everything? Like, look at the glare it got. He apologized, and that child said nothing.
Again, never watched a sci-fi movie before. Oh no, Doc! Headset
What happened?
died. His headset died.
Oh.
I kind of don't want to leave her alone. I mean,
Yeah,
being
that's the
locked
best
up like
thing.
that.
Oh no.
I mean,
Don't you
do
guys
we?
get that feeling that she doesn't have? Well,
Well, there goes our GM.
No, they'll be back.
He'll be
Without a
back.
doubt.
There.
Sorry about
don't
that.
you don't you
There he
guys
is.
get that feeling that she feels lonely or
Mm.
something?
And that's not the feeling I got.
But she's alone.
We don't know that.
He doesn't
She.
reply, but it's very clear he has a cold sweat on his forehead.
I don't know. I mean, mm, she moved somewhere else in that mirror. There could be others in there with her. I mean, plus she told us to leave, so.
Are
That's
you
probably
guys
the best.
going to make any attempt to go back into that room?
Nope.
Nope.
Probably I'm the only one that would think about it.
And I'm going to grab your arm to stop you.
Alright.
Part of me feels like there's something wrong.
Yeah. There is something wrong.
But like, not in a.
He hates us for being complete strangers and just guiltily associated us with some random guy. I don't even know the guy she was
Yeah.
referencing.
But shouldn't we try to understand?
Through a mirror where we can't openly communicate. I don't want to keep reading their lip all day, and to be quite frank, they weren't saying anything too interesting. Just a lot of mean, like, vibrations, dude.
Get a piece of paper and a pencil.
Do they have a piece of paper and a pencil?
Yeah. You want me to pass it through the mirror?
That's not possible.
I can do magic tricks. I can't do that.
Never mind. Let's just go.
Sorry, kid. I leave.
She does mouth something as you guys leave.
Does
But
anyone catch it?
is anyone going to try and catch it? Yeah.
Me.
Zeke
Alright,
would be
roll
trying to pay
intelligence.
attention.
What? What? Huh?
Alright, roll me an intelligence, Zeke. Urzake. Just flat intelligence.
I don't know this. I can work.
She mouths to you guys, to you as to all the party as you leave, to tell the doctor that the family still seeks his blood,
Oh.
or that my family still seeks his blood.
Gene notices that Zeke is paused, and he looks back. You all right?
I'm not sure.
What's up?
She just has a sadistic as shit smile on her face, by the by.
I take it now that he's paused and clearly he looked back. Now she's staring, and I'm right there. Am I clearly seeing her right now?
Yep.
Okay. Is it like threatening? Do I feel threatened by this? I think I might.
Not to myself, but more like to him. This doctor, or I don't.
Just someone, basically.
Yeah?
Probably whoever owns this ship.
You wouldn't know it's a ship.
If not, no, this place.
Do you still want to hang out with the child? Because I think we should leave.
Yeah. Come on. Let's. It's. Ugh.
You guys are in one of the one of the red storage rooms, by the by.
That's what that was.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh,
Thanks, by the way, for trying to get us killed.
oh my god. You know what? Let's just go before things get
Well,
worse.
you guys said you were wandering around aimlessly, so I've been rolling D100s. She pops up on a nat 1.
Oh
Nice.
no.
So she's the worst thing on the TARDIS. And
Yep.
you wanted to sympathize with it.
I tried to like see if I could like reason with it.
I don't need
Nope.
you for trying, because even if you do anything stupid, it's just gonna make it interesting for us.
Yep.
Like if you wake it up, you go back in that room. If you sneak off again and you say I want to go see that room again, who knows what's gonna happen? That's all I'm trying to say.
I don't want to die, man.
I don't want to die either, but like,
Hey,
know,
at least
he's gonna be the first one in there, right?
But
Well.
you guys do keep wandering for a while, and you end up in a couple different rooms. Actually, you end up in a line of bedrooms. A lot of these seem to be locked, but labeled by name.
What did the name say?
Well,
Or
are
are
you
they in the
actively?
circle language again?
They're not in the One of them's in the circle language. Well, actually, two of them in this corridor are. But you get someone like but you get names like Rose, Donna, Sarah Jane. Basically, just names.
Hmm.
Though you'd recognize the name Sarah Jane.
Wait, I would?
Yeah.
He just kind of stop and stare at that. Because if I'm remembering correctly what we were talking about, that was the name that brother gave for the border, right?
Yes,
You-
it is.
you recognize his name?
Y-
Jackass.
yeah, I
Oh.
she's the one who, I guess, helped me and my brother get to England. I. Why she got a root? Okay, now I'm curious. He's gonna go ahead and try and knock.
Roll me a persuasion.
Uh. Persuasion. Do you
Yes.
Yes.
do you mean diplomacy?
Either works.
Pathfinder doesn't have persuasion, hon.
Dude, um,
Diplomacy then.
Here comes my. Yep, there it is. I knew that -3 in the charisma was gonna come up eventually.
Oh my god. How do you roll a negative?
By having
How
a
do you roll
minus
a negative?
by having a -3 in your charisma.
Oh my god.
how the
I like to think that he just like bruises one of his knuckles.
Oh my god.
what the
Door seems a bit like
What'd you
how do
say?
have
the door.
how do you
won't
have
budge.
negative persuasion?
The door won't budge in Rainbow. When they try with that door, you get this incredible sense like someone has just shot someone's dog from all around you. Like something is now angry at that door being attempted to be opened.
Well, I wasn't trying to open it. I was knocking it to see if anyone was inside.
Oh, you were knocking?
Yeah.
Okay, knock would be.
He said he was like a hard ass to rip people. Hello?
Hello.
We cut out.
You knocked on the
Okay.
door
Yeah, I was knocking on the door.
and you got a negative persuasion.
Negative
Mm.
diplomacy. Yes.
Let me think here.
Yeah, no.
Can everyone in the party roll me a collective charisma?
Oh no.
I'll roll.
Easy.
That's an 11 for me.
Uh,
But no, I was legit just knocking. Percy's rude. He's not that rude.
Okay. So altogether, that is.
Okay.
What would the
I'm the one with the. Well, I'm the one with the. Okay. My charisma is actually the worst. I got a -1.
Twerking.
Okay, so 15 plus 19, 27. Actually, no, wait. 22, 27. What's 27 plus 18?
27 plus. Okay. 35, I think?
It's 45.
45.
Reflective 45. And you knock, and the door actually opens.
Oh.
What?
But there's no one in there. It's decorated up like your average bedroom from, well, looks like the average type of bedroom you'd see in old pictures of your parents where they grew up.
It is rather surprised that the door actually opened on its own.
It's got a single bed in it and a couple pictures on a dresser, a mirror.
He's going to call out
How did?
Miss Sarah Jane?
No response. No one's in the room.
I guess she's not. Why is her name on the door? Well, I mean, obviously that means it's her. What the hell?
I'm actually very surprised that the door opened on its own.
Percy's actually going to take the door handle and he's actually going to shut the door again before anyone goes in.
Yeah.
Just kind of getting the feeling of maybe we shouldn't be exploring in there.
Fair enough. I will say that how those work, since you were knocking and being polite, I thought you were trying to handle, so I apologize. That wouldn't be a diplomacy. That'd be a party charisma base, and then a roll for the TARDIS. And if you guys get higher than she does, the door will open.
Gotcha. But yeah, no, Percy's rude. He's not that rude.
Yeah. Eventually, you guys will have bonuses to the party charisma, but that's or negatives depending upon what happens. But you guys have just
Hmm.
gotten here, so there's no negatives or positives.
He's going to stay there for a moment before he's going to take out his journal, flip to a blank page,
I
write
keep looking
down
around the
a
rooms.
write down a note, and he's going to put it under the door.
Wait a second. Are there rooms for us?
There are rooms with your guys' names at the end of the hallway, yeah.
Oh,
Gonna look. What? Huh?
So do note that there are two Jacks. There is also a Jack Harkness somewhere, though that door is apparently, from what you can tell, the only door that's dead bolted shut
oh.
by like something on the outside.
Um. Where's Jack's door? I
It
look
won't
for
be
my
on the
door.
map, but you guys are in the sleeping quarters right now, which is on the map. That's one of the green rooms.
I look for my room.
You find your room.
I'm actually rather surprised that I
Okay, thank
officially have
goodness.
a room in this place, even though I've never been here before.
Percy
And
would
it's
go to the.
decorated about how you'd expect your room in your own house to be honest. Like,
But
or
it's
if you
not.
have an ideal way that you'd decorate a room.
Uh,
If you
but
guys
it's not.
open the doors.
Percy'd
But
go up to his room, just kind of look at it, just kind
how
of
can I have
smile to
my
himself.
own room if I've never been here before?
I don't know. Probably some like Fave the Stars bullshit. He'd try and open his door.
It opens.
I also try to discover what's in my own room as well.
Doc, you
What's in
do
my
know that I'm gonna be making this into Sims later, right?
Yes.
Oh my god! Okay, we really need to get.
I mean, hmm, I don't know. I mean, obviously you're all here for a reason, and the fact that we have our own rooms, I suppose, kind of cements that.
Then why us?
I mean, I know.
Invaluable skills.
I mean, I'm pretty good with a bow.
I'm.
I'm just a field medic. I don't know what purpose I have here.
I mean,
Maybe we'll put
what
on
if
a
we?
magic show somewhere.
Well, magic show. So like illusions, like an illusionist.
Yeah, you could call it that. Yes.
I could see that being useful. Uh,
How?
for y- for you, Jack. I mean,
Hmm?
medicine and being a doctor is always going to be useful. What if someone gets hurt?
I'm a field medic.
Oh,
In a
yeah, we're gonna
war.
be on the field.
Yeah,
We might find ourselves on a battlefield. You never know, man.
who knows?
Good point.
And he'd look to Jonathan. I don't believe you actually mentioned what you do.
Oh, I'm an engineer or a technician actually.
Oh, perfect. We're in place with bunch of machinery.
Uh, Out of character. What should I do? I am completely lost. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You're fine. I mean, it is getting about time to stop the session anyways. Since it is about 8, unless you guys would like to go longer.
I'm down.
I mean, I'd say. I mean, we just found our rooms. I feel like this would be a good stopping point.
True.
It would be, but I'm gonna leave that up to everybody. So, Crystal, Zake, you guys would have the deciding, well, deciding votes on this, because I'm not gonna vote as the DM. Because I can keep going. I kind of would have liked you guys to get out of the TARDIS at this point. So,
Yes.
Sorry, we're curious fucks.
no,
I
you
didn't know
guys
how to
are
leave.
fine.
I was expecting you to tell us how to leave or something. I was like, which room leads us to where we need to be? Like 12
Oh no,
rooms ago.
you guys have to find that.
Yeah, no, that's what we've been trying to do.
Yeah, that's not been very successful for either of us.
We almost died.
died, died via frickin' evil mirror child.
And then since if we're gonna wrap up, you can just look at this. This is how good I am at being me. Woo!
Alright. So I think I'm actually gonna keep going until you guys exit, so that way we have a good starting point for next week. So I will let you guys explore around a bit more.
Alright.
'Cause,
Can I go to the bathroom real quick first?
Okay.
Sure. Let's just call break, and then we can go for a while longer. Because I think that's what we need to do. Is we just need to go break. Because I
Because
also
I
have
am
to go
actually
back.
hungry.
Yeah. Let's do food break.
We'll be back.
How do I roll for seduction?
That'd be diplomacy. Anyway, I'll be right back.
I need to put all my points in diplomacy.
Okay, but are you going to be able to outbeat? You're going to be able to beat Jack.
Is Jack going to try and seduce the TARDIS?
I mean, it's not like Jack Harkness hasn't tried to seduce everything he meets as a greeting. Anyway, I'll be back.
We'll see. Oh, point dumping be damned. So low though. Come on, just like horrible rolls. 20 though. That's nice. All right. Horrible. Okay, that's better.
Damn. Disable device. I got 5. I got horrible stats in my disable device skill.
I like being milky.
You be milky then.
Hey, return.
Welcome back.
So I learned that Shining did in fact leave me with the strawberry pocky.
Ah,
So I'm going to try the strawberry pocky. I swear my mother is being like that mythical parent that goes out and gets milk and is going to go out and get milk for like the next 10 years
Oh,
right now. Because she's been in town for. Oh, that's wonderful. The Pocky is a brick.
oops.
It became brick.
Oof.
That wasn't too bad.
Uranium fever. You're free.
What?
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 You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm talking.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me? I will write you a referral.
I'm talking to you.
We'll write you a referral, young man. You're just mad because I can do this all day. Look at that. That's a
Nah.
nat 1 and it's still a 9.
Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Skip it.
Okay. Okay, you play Minecraft. Big whoop.
That's not very good.
Look at me over here talking to Princess Leia, getting a nat 20, son.
Like the close of this.
I'm performing some magic trips on your head. That's right, dude. Get magicked on, son. Get dunked on. Get magicked. Get spellcasted. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah? Well, what you know about Christ? What you know about the Wright brothers? What you know about the queen? What you know about plants, son? What you know about the locals? Nothing. You ain't know nothing. Bruh, who are you who do not know your history? Bruh, don't you know geography is everything? Bruh, I bet you can't even engineer your way out of a rat trap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh.
Are you so sure about that?
Oh.
Oh, damn.
Man, if we ever go into a dungeon, I'm gonna leave your ass behind. And bruh, don't make me put no voodoo spell on you.
That's just cheating. I'm gonna have to report you.
I bet you don't enjoy milk at all.
No.
Yeah, you're not a dirty milk drinker. No.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me like that.
Yes. 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 Yes.
Bite your pet's face off. I'm diplomatic.
I got to stop you right there. You're breaking the laws of physics.
I don't agree with what you just said to me.
The laws of physics of whatever.
LMAO, who are you?
I'm the gingerbread man. That's who I am.
Yeah, but can you twerk?
Yeah, I just did.
Nice. You ever like,
So you ever
you know,
like,
Family is back. I'll be right back.
like
alright.
I am the one who knocks. Is Luna still watching?
I don't know. Are they supposed to be watching?
Maybe.
I don't know if that's allowed. I had to report them.
Party, party, party hard. Party, party, party hard. Party, party, party hard. You're not partying hard enough. What's going on?
What do you mean I'm partying hard? I party hard enough.
You don't understand. I am the Senate. There we go.
Oh my Jesus.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not really.
I return.
I can no longer twerk. Welcome back, Phyllis.
Sup, bitches, I'm back. What the hell? Please, for the love of God, let that be. Yep.
I'm back.
I apparently got sent to AFK.
There's a room of Lego in the TARDIS. I want to go to the Lego room. Just IRL. Lego room.
Also, Crystal,
Hmm?
your little stunt with the text made me think there was something with my something wrong with my computer for a moment. Anyhow,
Nice.
hi, I got
So-
sent off to AFK, but I'm back now.
Nice. So I will actually continue with the three of you guys if you want.
Did Zake leave for tonight?
I think
Yeah,
he
he
left. I do not know why, but just exploring the TARDIS. You guys did find the most dangerous thing in there, and you guys would actively have to start looking through boxes and crap. So it is definitely okay to just explore around more, do character interaction, and practice character interaction.
Yeah.
That is what the TARDIS is designed for. If people want to practice interaction in a unlimited number of rooms where they could react to a bunch of different things. For example, when you got in here, like I said, I didn't know there was a Lego room.
There's
But now
a
that's
Lego
like
room.
my favorite room.
Also, I am so happy that out of all the things to actually remember, I did remember the one room the one thing that we actually ran into.
Yeah, because I did tell you about that before you joined the campaign.
I think you told me about that before you even considered the campaign.
Yeah. About the family of blood. Yeah, that's only one of them. There are two other members, but you guys would have to run across them. Thinking about it, if you guys had actually decided to free her, I could re-add the family back onto the table list for special encounters. That still does not mean that they aren't going to go on that table now that I think of it, because you could find them somewhere.
I would like to not die, thank you very much.
No, they won't kill you. They're just after. How do I explain how they work? They have a very short lifespan, but if they manage to kill and drink the blood of a Time Lord, they'll gain their immortality. That's why they were
Oh.
chasing the Doctor. They wanted immortality. In a way, he gave it to him. She's not just trapped in every mirror. Now that you guys have done that, she will pop up in mirrors for the party.
Oh, lovely,
Just
I hate it.
Also,
Thank you.
she's
you
trapped
know,
in every mirror.
it doesn't. It sounds like she's going to be a natural enemy to any Time Lord. Jack, the first, the fourth.
Wait, was Jack a Time Lord?
Jack Harkness isn't a Time Lord. Jack
Oh.
Harkness is just weird. He is a time anomaly. But yeah, no, they are hostile to any Time Lord, really. It's just kind of a thing. They don't live for long. They literally like have a lifespan of 5 days as a species.
Wow.
Damn.
We don't know what they actually look like though, because we only know what they possessed.
Oh God.
A little girl, apparently.
A little girl, a schoolboy, and a maid, and some rich guy.
That's even worse.
Yep.
Anyhow.
So you guys do find your own rooms listed here amongst the other rooms.
Yep. And actually, here's the thing. If you guys want, because I don't know if it actually ever come in handy, but if you guys want, I could make everyone's rooms in The Sims and turn them into maps if you want to use them, Doc. I would just need people to actually, like, tell me what they would want in their room, or I could, like, stream Sims and have people tell me what they want in theirs. Would you guys want that?
I don't mind.
either.
Okay, we'll just have to find a time at some point. Because this is what I'm good at. I'm good at assets and helping other people out.
I have a question. What do our rooms consist of?
Hmm?
What do our rooms usually consist of?
There's a bed, but otherwise you can describe it however you want. Just the only rule is that like any weapons would be found out to be toys.
Or, you know, non-lethal.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Because I assume that this entire time I've been walking with my bow on my back. Because
Mhm.
he doesn't like leaving that thing behind, considering who gave it to him. He's
Yeah.
gotten in trouble at school several times because of it.
Alright, I'm gonna roll, see what you guys find next.
Yay!
Crystal, why?
What?
I just saw it.
What?
I was like, oh no.
What, the thing that made me think that there was something wrong with my computer?
Yeah.
The fact that he did that after rolling a ride check.
Why? What's wrong with the ride check?
I live in the gutter. Figure it out.
Hmm.
Jesus
Understandable.
Christ.
Let's not open Jack's room though, please. What that man keeps in his room is secret. There's a reason there's a fucking padlock.
I'm curious though.
I mean, you can try and pick the lock and go in.
Yeah, but out of character, I don't want to piss off the TARDIS.
I
No,
mean,
she'll
granted, you
invite
can.
for
And
it.
in
She'll think
character,
you're
or
strong.
Percy doesn't have a reason to go in.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't want to screw around with it.
So, where do we end up next?
So are you guys ending like trying to stay to the safer rooms now? I'm assuming.
Yes!
You are sounding like a robot to me.
Let's go get some danger.
Rainbow, why?
Yay! Let's go kill ourselves!
No! Bad! Stop.
I want to put my skills to the test.
Alright. I will roll and see where you all end up.
Yay.
High or low?
Hi.
Oh
Too high.
no. Alright. So you guys do wander around through a lot of rooms and you run across differing rooms. You find, among other things, a swimming pool, a room that is just a bunch of. The walls are just Lego boxes, and then there's a table,
Nice.
and there's just a couple bin. There's like a bin of Lego with something half finished on the table.
Can I start building Legos?
Yes.
Alright, that's what I'm gonna do. I start
Always
playing with the
Legos.
Legos. But
Yeah. Going deeper in the room, there does actually seem to be like a couple Lego things. There looks to be like a. There's actually a very well built model of the Eiffel Tower that's like. Have any of you guys ever seen Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium?
Yes.
I think so, yeah.
You know how the kid builds like the very tall Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah.
It's not full size, but there's like an Eiffel Tower that's almost to the ceiling of the room, which is about like 10 feet high.
Percy would just look up and just go, damn.
Otherwise, it's mostly kept like most of the like miscellaneous parts are in bins. There's actually a bunch of other a bunch of stuff. There does seem to be a Lego Death Star that's been thrown in the trash. Um, but it still has all the parts there. It doesn't look like it's been opened even.
Oh shit, wait, I just realized this is probably Lego from all different times. That means he
Yep.
probably has Lego Knights. Oh shit, I missed that.
Yeah,
Lego.
it's just a bunch of Lego.
Do you remember Lego Knights?
Kind of. I remember the commercials.
I remember I had all the sets and all the comic books. It's I'm sad that they ended up stopping it and just replacing it with boring old Lego Castle.
Hmm.
I like the color-coded knights. Actually,
Alright,
now that
so
I think
what's
about
going
it,
on?
maybe
We're
that's why I
inside
like
a
paladins.
Lego room, I think.
Yeah, it's just a room of Lego.
I guess I'm doing the same thing Rainbow Dash is doing. I'm just playing all the Legos. Is there anything in particular in the room that can be discovered?
I mean, it's an entire room of Lego. There even seems to be parts of it. There even seems to be the sets to make like electronically powered Lego. But it's just
Oh.
Lego. Any child would go nuts in this room.
Uh,
Nothing but Lego.
I mean, I guess 18 counts as a child. I'm not
I
21
mean,
yet.
Lego is rated ages 3 to 99.
I wonder if I were to roll my engineering skill.
Well, then again, also with the quote I was given, yeah, Percy is totally in with this.
Nice.
I can do craft.
Yeah, you can
I
craft
can
Lego.
craft something. So
Craft
I'm gonna
the
roll.
Lego.
I'm gonna do a craft.
Managed to assemble a very nice motorized Lego car.
I craft a phaser from Star Trek.
Oh my god. But they're Lego. Just yes.
Hmm. Wow. So what
Just
do you guys
Lego.
think about the Legos?
I think whoever owns this machine is a child at heart.
Well, everyone's a child at heart. There's no point in growing up if you don't enjoy the childish things.
Considering the thing that was being assembled on the table seems to be like a piece at like a moon rover set. Yeah. That seems like anything sci-fi related is like often like a corner as if it's never used or never opened. Like you can tell it still has the cellophane wrapping on it, some of them.
Percy just kind of looks at that and just kind of shrugs. Out of character, I think I know why, but
Yep.
well, actually, in character, Percy probably also knows why, but
Probably not.
who knows? He just kind of looks at the others. Him. Alf, everything. This is not what I expected in here.
I'm just gonna be real with you. We've gone through wonderful room after wonderful room. It still doesn't really feel all real to me yet.
Kind of feels like a dream.
It feels like we're all dead.
When are we gonna wake up?
I don't know. I mean, I'm still halfway expecting to wake up, still be in my bed.
I'm pretty sure I'm dead.
I'm still pretty sure we're in purgatory.
By the by, there is a hole in one wall of the room.
Or stick my hand in the hole.
Why?
Oh, dude, I don't know. You pointed out a wall and a hole in the wall. I'm like, this has to be the dumbest thing I can think of. Let's do it.
So, this hole seems to be a bit bigger. It's big enough that you could crawl into, but you've got no idea where it goes. It just leads kind of down.
So what do you guys say? Go through it?
I mean, you say that as my character's head is already inside the hole.
Roll me a reflex, because it's a slide.
Reflex. Where's reflex?
Should we all roll reflex?
Nah, just the person going in there. It should be at the top of your sheet underneath your AC.
You got a 10.
F.
Okay. I mean, you managed to keep yourself from slipping in it, though, like, you damn near fall down the slide. Like, face first.
Well, I don't need... Does it smell? Does it smell bad?
No, but you can vaguely hear water somewhere.
Guys, I hear water. It's like a cave system down here.
Oh, really?
Wait, did you actually go down?
Did you
No,
go down?
I'm halfway in it. I can hear it through the tube, right? I
Yeah,
caught
you can hear
myself.
it through the tube.
I hear running water. We should go down
Here,
here.
let me try going through it. Where's the reflex
Okay.
thing?
I swapped places
Okay,
with
then.
him.
Never mind.
Okay. Good job, Jonathan.
You guys almost push each other down and, like, switching places, but yeah, there's just water. You can hear water, but you're at the entrance to it. The reflex is to stay at the entrance. Going down it would require a no save.
Percy just looks down. Just kind of narrowing his eyes.
There could be a water park down here, Percy. Let's go.
You know, why don't you test it? He's gonna shove him down.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Okay, that is gonna be a strength, like an acrobatics, like a strength contested by either acrobatics or athletics, Rainbow.
There is no athletics.
Okay, never mind. Oh no. So you get pushed down, and it doesn't take you long to realize that you weren't wrong with the water park idea. There's just a random ass water slide in the Lego room. And you realize that as you start to get soaked in this thing.
Percy, how could you?
You said you wanted to go down. I just gave you a little push.
We're melting. It's
Wait.
acid. We were hearing acid. My skin's peeling off. Ah!
Wait, what?
Roll deception.
I don't know if I have deception. Will diplomacy work?
No, you can still roll deception, or you can still roll
Where's
bluff.
that
It's
at?
not a trade skill.
Yeah, it's bluff.
Horrible bluff.
You're laughing too hard.
Yeah, he's laughing too hard.
Ah! It stings! It burns!
You're a terrible liar.
Come down and save me. I don't want to die like this.
I mean, it goes on for quite some time, and at some point you swear it starts going up.
What?
Oh no, oh
I'm
lord.
just gonna look to Jonathan. Should we?
Most people pay for something like this.
Yeah, come
I'm
on.
going down.
Alright, come on.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm going down. Come on, guys,
it
let's
is
go.
probably the longest water slide you've ever been on.
I am
It does
specifically
go
going to take my journal out of my pocket and hold it above my head so it doesn't get wet.
It literally feels like we're being flushed from Men in Black.
Yep,
Do we
pretty
need to
much.
roll anything if we're going down?
If you get nauseous, then yes.
Uh,
Because here's the fun thing. There is a like I'm looking on the wiki at like what's in the TARDIS. It specified water slides. It did not specify where. So I'm just having fun.
oh
Wow.
no! I mean, that's fair though. Gotta
You
have
know,
fun with this shit.
for someone randomly jumping into a hole in the wall, this is probably not the worst outcome.
Yep. Could have been a garbage chute.
That's why I was trying to smell earlier. I was thinking, stinky?
Or it could also have that water park smell.
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known it was a water park though, because I probably would have smelled a bunch of pee if it was.
Oh no.
What?
You ever been to water park? I went to one like 2 years ago, and it was disgusting. Absolutely, just
I nearly got
What?
kicked down one because like 14-year-old me was like, let's scream profanities down a slide.
I saw a woman lose her weave down the slide. It was funny. I'm sorry.
Unless you get nauseous, you need no save. But
You do not.
um, you guys do drop into a pool that is considerably deep. So
Oh shit.
I'm sorry about your journal.
Can I roll a
swim.
swim to
Oh,
try and
no.
can I have him roll a swim to try and keep it out?
Yes, you may.
Hell yeah!
You managed to save your journal as you guys all come plummeting into this really nice looking pool area.
And
So-
Jonathan starts to drown.
Yeah. And Jonathan, you're just like, you weren't sure what to expect with this. But you've been like going around this thing for like around and around and around, and all of a sudden, bright light followed by just flash. You are not drowning, but you got a ton of water up your nose.
Oh no!
Boy.
Oh god.
On this
I
wall,
thought
there are a couple other
I
slides.
thought I died. I thought I died.
But it seems like this one was one of them. It seems to be the lowest one. But by your projection, looking at the top of this thing, it seems like there's about 6 of these that all apparently like exit here into this area. But the water's about 10 feet deep, but it looks like it looks like it does get deeper near some of the higher up slides but you don't know where those go, and you're sure as heck not going to climb 10 feet up a wall to find out.
Yeah.
Let's go climb 10 feet up a wall. Here we go.
Oh my god, no.
Look
So
at that climb skill.
there are 2 types of people.
Look, I'm just saying, it's funny there was a nat 20 then a nat 1 under the exact same skill.
You do manage to climb up.
Speaking of, holy shit. Did we all put points into the exact same things?
Did we?
Let's see. Swim, climb, craft, heal, handle animal.
Well,
Was I
regardless, you guys
Perception,
are in a fairly
stealth, survival.
decently sized swimming pool. Water's nice. It doesn't have any strange smell to it.
No
Oh,
chlorine?
Not burning my skin off.
I have a question.
There's chlorine, but it's not like overly chlorine.
Was I supposed to put points into things that I have checkmarked?
You don't have to, but you'll get more out of putting points into those.
Yeah, that's what you're proficient in.
Can I go ahead and do that?
Yeah.
Do you have points?
Oh yeah, I still have like 4 points.
Yeah, put them in, dude.
Set them.
Go for it.
Put him in swimming.
Percy would just kind of paddle over to the side of the pool, just put the journal down so it doesn't get wet, and just pull himself up. Well, that was a ride.
What's next? Are we gonna go on a rocket ship ride?
I don't think I want to. Is that a thing? Is that a thing in your time? Do people actually like go to space regularly?
Uh, very rich people can purchase flights to space. Yes.
Oh,
Only if you're
There's
very
nothing
rich,
out
though.
there, and it's really, really boring still. But yes, you can go to space.
no, with us it's saved for people who literally do that stuff as their job.
It's very controlled if you go up there. You got to go through training, even as a guest.
All right. Anyhow, so that was fun.
So I climbed the thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got 25 and climb. What did I discover? Oops.
Well, the walls are actually covered in like the vines on the walls are real. They're actually very well grown vines.
Apparently.
Otherwise, it's another slide, though this one seems to be like somewhat lit. And you do notice parting the vines on top of it is written library. And it seems like the one you guys came out of has the word Lego written on top of it.
Hmm.
Very straightforward, huh? Excuse you.
Alright, well, I'm gonna come down. I'm gonna come back down to rejoin the party because I don't want to be alone.
Jump, jump,
Jump.
chicken, jump, chicken.
Do not make
Do
him
it.
kill.
You won't.
Don't
You
make
big
him
wimp.
die.
It's water. You afraid of a little water? What's gonna go up your nose again?
There, I jumped. And then what?
You fucking. I'm assuming this is a belly flop.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Well, you
Damn,
also
what is
have,
with all
like-
these nat 20s? all
Hey,
the
he
nat 20s
recovered,
into nat
though.
1s.
Yeah,
His aerial was sloppy, but he recovered good.
yeah, you jump off, you're convinced you're gonna hit the concrete, so you just like, oh shit, flip and just use momentum to send yourself forward. You actually pull up a nice dive into one of the deeper areas.
I'm not a bad influence, I swear.
He's gonna look to you and just says, I was about to say, I think you're a bad influence.
No. Look, he's growing as a person. Look at him.
Growing as a frog, maybe.
Excuse me.
Remind me next time not to follow Rainbow's advice.
No, next time it'll be a bridge. It'll be much more entertaining. Flags.
The water is actually kind of nice, though. It's a bit cold. It's a bit warm, but it's nice.
You know, usually warm water is not usually a good thing.
John, why is the water warmer around you?
No! Oh my god.
I
Dude.
am going to kill you.
I'm going to swim away. Oh no.
this is where Percy picks up his journal and gets away so that it does not get ruined by these two splashing.
Fair enough.
Are there any fish in the water?
It's chlorinated.
I don't know.
Hold on.
There isn't any fish. I bet you.
Well, I mean, it's chlorine water, so it maybe not. Darn, I need something to slap you with.
Did you know that there's actually an English word for that? There's an English word for slapping someone with a fish. Cornobble.
That's a scary word.
There's a goldfish swimming around, you guys.
Alright, can I
Ooh.
roll handle animal to try and catch the goldfish?
Cornobble.
Mm.
Cornobble, 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 cornobble. That's a tongue twister.
Roll. Alright, roll.
Oh, I don't get it, no.
You try, and it just kind of gets above the water and just looks at you and just says, Rem is doing nothing wrong. Why you hurt Rem?
Dude, it's a talking
What the
goldfish.
fuck?
Jonathan, I don't care if you peed in the water. Come over here now.
Excuse me.
Percy just comes over immediately. What the fuck?
Hey, little guy, do you taste good?
Why would you
Greg,
ask that?
Greg is not a goldfish. Greg is last of his species. The kind man gave me shelter here to find me a new home. As he's kind of like now scared by this question.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is actually a thing, by the way.
Oh my
Rim,
god.
salt or pepper? Lemon juice? How about some butter?
He's just under the water now. He's gone.
Jin,
See,
what the
look
fuck?
What you did. See, look what you did. I slept Jin.
Oh, and that was a nat 20 too.
Can I roll to do anything?
I mean, with the nat 20, you can like roll to see if you can get out of the way.
What do I roll for this? Acrobatics?
I'd say Dex, like reflex save.
No.
See, you dodge most of it, but then you realize that the fish comes up as part of the waves and literally smacks you across the face and falls back into the water. We're aptly swimming away.
All right, tonight you're going to come across the campfire.
Jen, get your dumb ass out here. We're sorry about
He
him, Mr.
started it.
Fish.
He walked up to me and started insulting my people.
Reg just not. I didn't say that. My name is Reg.
Reg?
Reg.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Reg. He's kind of a dumbass, apparently.
It's
Dude.
fine.
I haven't eaten since I got here. That's all.
Didn't we pass a
There
kitchen,
is-
though?
There is
Did
a
we?
kitchen somewhere.
I could have sworn we passed a kitchen.
I don't know. I'm just. I'm not a goldfish. My species' planet kind of got wiped out a while ago, so I'm just here till someone finds me a new home.
Wait. Who put you here?
The doctor? He stops by and feeds, makes sure I'm okay from time to time.
When was the last time that guy was here?
A while ago. One of his last companions was the one who was doing stuff for a bit. I don't know. I mean, I got an
Who?
automatic feeder, so I'm fine.
Who was his last... You said companion?
Yeah.
Who were they?
Someone named Clara. She was pretty nice, but I don't know where she went. But a lot of people come and go through here. At least it's better than the couple that he had in here. I don't like the pool having human fluids in it.
Oh my god, Doc. I forget that you know how to do this stuff.
What is going on? I'm sorry.
If you
The
don't
fish
get
is
it,
complaining about a couple in a pool.
okay.
Uh,
That's just
did
rude,
something
though.
happen?
Never mind.
Should I be concerned?
I mean, I'm. Uh, all we know is that we were. I think we were brought here by the doctor. We just don't know where he is. And now we're trying to find where everyone is so we can find out what's going on.
Yeah, they're probably out doing something again. So long as they don't throw people into the pool again.
Do they do that a lot?
No, just once.
My brother is messaging me about playing a game.
Oh no.
Oh.
They kind of turned the whole pool sideways, and then someone jumped from. He points kind of with like, you realize the size of this guy? It's like a goldfish. Like it looks like a goldfish, but it's clearly not. Like kind of gestures at the door. They kind of just opened a bunch of doors, and then someone dove in here.
I'd imagine that's probably not pleasant, huh?
No, it was fun. It's just made a big splash and a lot of noise.
That's fair.
Well, dude, if you get bored, you can come hang out with us. I don't know how you do out of water, but we could probably put you in like a baggie.
I don't do out of water. That's why I'm here.
Oh.
I'd be a lot bigger if the water was bigger, but unfortunately, it's just a pool.
Wait, so if we put you in like the ocean of Earth, you'd be massive?
No, I'd actually look a bit more like you people.
What? That's okay. Now that's a little.
Really?
Wait, is he? Hold on. Out of character, this dude is straight up reminding me of sea monkeys right now.
Is he a siren?
He's kind of a sea monkey. There's not much lore other than he's an aquatic life form that's intelligent, so I'm just assuming he can talk.
I kind of love that.
I'm making my own lore. Yeah,
That's cool.
I don't
It's
know.
better that way, actually. It's your universe, if you think about it.
I mean, the planet I'm from used to be entirely water, but then it got taken out, so we just kind of. Well, I say taken out. It's more like it kind of. It kind of froze over. I'm kind of the last of my kind, so that's why I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you sure you're the last? There's none out there? No
I
others
mean,
anywhere
it's
else?
not like you guys could go to a planet of water and check. You breathe air.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
I mean, if you put me in the ocean, I could try and survive, but I'm not sure how well I'd do.
What if somebody. Could you survive, like, a predator chasing you? Do you have any way of fending for yourself?
Mm, just thinks for a bit. Nah, I'm just sort of a fish.
Yeah, you're probably safest out here.
Yep. I don't mind people. It just. I don't know.
That's fair.
I don't take up much space, so. Plus, this pool is kind of massive at the size I'm at, so.
That's fair. I mean, I guess we'll see you around. I have a feeling we're probably gonna be on whatever this is for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm officially stuck here.
So I guess we'll see you around. He just gives a smile.
He nods and just heads back into the pool. It's a goldfish.
Sentient goldfish, last of the species. Might be kind of chewy. Who knows?
Oh my god, Rainbow! He looked at the others. Well, you guys all dry?
I'm dry enough. Where to
Yeah,
next?
try.
This place seems endless.
Alright. But, before we go, didn't you mind coming here? Real quick?
Who?
What?
Jin, you mind coming here real quick?
Yeah. Sensed motive.
Alright.
Oh no. Here comes the terrible bluff. Oh. Okay. Well, then again, you probably spec'd in the sense motive, didn't you?
Oh, you have no idea.
Alright. Let's see how badly I fail.
I have like a +9 to sense motive.
Just roll.
Hold on, I was on the porch.
Ah, okay, sorry. I was not aware.
No, it's just like sometimes I take cigarette breaks, but like we're usually talking in character so much that it's hardly noticeable when I do it.
That's fair.
Sense motive. Please don't bite me in the ass. You bit me in the ass. No, you bluffed me. How? No.
No! What are you gonna do, Shining?
Oh my god. I got to bite this bullet.
Smack it back ahead with journal.
Hello.
That is a 20.
Jin is more stunned than anything else that he fell for this attempt. It harmed his pride more than the blow did.
You guys are still
He's
doing
just kind of
D&D, right?
stunned there.
Yeah.
He
Yee!
walks away.
Hi, Twilight! I
Doesn't
joined the
say
party!
anything.
Nice.
I don't know anything about Doctor Who.
Me neither.
So, you guys
If
do
I'll-
walk on, sorry, I'm gonna try and continue here.
You go
Alright.
ahead. I'm sorry, I just had to.
All
Saying
good.
goodbye to Reg the goldfish question mark. And, into the, you guys actually find yourself in the kitchen despite the fact that you've gone down a water slide and should be several floors down.
Food.
Find food.
Hop up. Ping me if you want to talk or something. I don't know.
You're free to listen in. I mean, you're gonna be
Yeah, you can
joining
hang out, dude.
eventually,
Yeah.
right?
They already left. I
Oh.
feel bad now.
No.
Yeah, they can listen in.
Especially since they're gonna join us eventually.
Anywho, you guys have found a kitchen. There's food.
I help myself to the tastiest food.
Oh my god.
Well, what are you
Nice.
thinking of when you opening the when you open the fridge? Like, what food are you thinking of? Rainbow. Just what would Jin think of? Just right off the bat.
Hey, 1 second, fellas. I gotta make a phone call.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Okay, he is raiding fridge. What's everyone else doing?
Since we're in the kitchen, I'm making hamburger. That's what he likes. That's what Jonathan likes. A good old
You'd
fashioned
find
American hamburger.
you'd actually find that in the fridge, and it's still warm. The fridge is empty except for the hamburger, though.
Okay. I take the hamburger then. And
I think someone is a favorite. Percy would just kind of chuckle. So, anything good?
For me?
Yeah. I mean, you guys are the ones looking in the fridge.
Yeah, I found myself a hamburger. I'm
Cool.
hungry, and well, it happens to be my favorite thing, so I'm gonna eat it.
That's fair. Is there anything else in there?
No, that was the only thing in there for me.
Damn it. Oh well.
Is there question out of character? Uh, is it like if for each individual when they open the fridge, is there an item that appears in them?
Yes.
Okay, so there'd actually be something in there for everyone then.
When you open the door, yes.
Ah.
In fact, looking at the fridge, there's a note that says, "For the last time, Rory, just open it, Amy."
Percy would just kind of look at that, kind of tilt his head.
There were two doors you ran across. Actually, Rory and Amy were on the names on the only door that had two names that were like put together on a door.
Okay, I'm going to assume that that's the couple the fish was talking about.
Jin, what would you think of when opening the fridge door? Like, what would be the foodiest food that he would food right now?
Wait, are you telling me that this is a magical fridge that opens up to our greatest desires of food?
Yes, it's a food
Can I?
replicator.
Who's opening the door right now? Because I'm gonna wait my turn patiently.
Shining.
Okay.
They're at the door staring at a note.
Hold on.
Yeah, I've already
I'm
opened.
trying to
I've already
fucking
opened.
think. What did I...
Sorry.
Peach cobbler.
Holy.
Look, I'm sorry. I missed my Anna's peach cobbler.
There is peach cobbler in the fridge. It is warm. It is peach cobbler.
Mm. Dude, you have not lived until you've tried peach cobbler with peaches from a little roadside stand from Georgia.
Yeah, I can say I've had that before, and I can say it's totally as great as you think it is.
I know,
There
right?
is cobbler. Peach.
It's something about getting that roadside farm produce. It doesn't really matter where you're at. You just need to know where you're looking, and you will find some of the best produce you'll find anywhere. Better than supermarkets. Just these people on the side of the roads.
By the by, the hamburger is very good. There are also fries. But you find peach cobbler when you open it, but notably, there's nothing else in the fridge but peach cobbler.
Hmm. That's interesting. Wait a minute. You
You
said
better
you didn't.
share if that's all there is.
You said you didn't see anything in here when you were anything else in there with it. But when I opened it,
Yeah, I mean that was the only thing that was in there for me. So
Wait.
magic fridge.
Maybe
Alright, Jin walks up to the fridge now and makes sure it's shut. Alright,
That
so going by the operating theory here, you had nothing when you opened it. Were you hungry?
Yes.
I'm pointing at Jonathan.
Ah, okay, sorry.
oh yeah. I mean, I was hungry and I got what I wanted.
You
so-
were you thinking of food? Like any food in particular? Or just just
I was.
broadly.
I don't think so. I mean, I knew that my favorite was.
All right, I'm gonna test this.
Hamburger.
I want sashimi and caviar.
Yup,
All right, now
the
Jin
fridge.
announces that to the world and goes to open the fridge.
There is sashimi and caviar in the fridge.
He shuts the fridge.
Are you alright?
Dude, it's a magic fridge. Open it. Say you want ice cream and bananas. Do it.
I'm not gonna abuse the power of the fridge.
I go up to it and ask for an ice cream.
You do not. You open the fridge and find a note that says ice cream isn't found in the fridge. Check the freezer.
Oh, rip.
Oh, I just realized Derpy's in here. Hi, Derpy.
Hi, Derpy.
Derpy. Hey.
Ice cream isn't found in here. Check the freezer.
Yeah, that was good.
That's amazing, though.
I
I
okay,
know that you know from that clip I sent you that the TARDIS is cheeky.
Gene starts looking behind the refrigerator to see if it's plugged into anything. And he starts to like think, is it plugged into anything?
No, it's not.
All right.
There's like a cord, but
Does it have
just goes
wheels?
through the wall. It doesn't have
All right,
wheels.
it's an
just,
SCP. Yeah, immediately.
It's just a fridge with no cord, and it just sits there.
It's anomalous.
You
That is
joke, but there
amazing.
are some legitimate SCPs on the TARDIS. Because I have incorporated SCP stuff.
SCPs are fun.
How? All right. Let's try something. Let's try something extravagant.
Oh my
I
god.
want an iced coffee from Peru that was freshly brewed this morning.
That's a little specific, don't you think?
I know. And I'm testing it because of that. Let's see. All right.
Open
Now
it
I
and
motion.
you do find iced coffee.
All right. I go ahead and reach in and I taste it. I think it tastes like Colombia.
It tastes it's very good iced coffee, yes.
Can I add a small bit of head canon because I can't get this out of my head now?
Yeah?
What's up?
You said a very expensive coffee from Peru, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it have
Like-
fucking money in it?
Kopai Luwak?
I don't know what
Sure.
that is. Derpy, what is that?
I want it. Whatever it is, let me drink it.
No, you don't.
Let me consume it. I want it. I'm drinking it.
Is it like shit coffee or something?
It's the cat poop coffee, yes.
Delicious. Let's go.
Yeah, it's just good iced coffee. You're not sure where it comes from because it's just in like a coffee mug with ice. But it's just good iced coffee.
I remembered
Okay.
the place wrong. It's actually Indonesia.
I think I'm
Okay.
satisfied with the fridge now. My curiosity is sated. This thing does miracles, and I'm satisfied with this.
I
That is.
wonder if the fridge is only specific to food, or if we can actually get something else from it.
Jonathan,
Do
you want to see if
we-
the fridge can toast bread?
Oh my god.
Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Let's go ahead.
Okay, hold on. I gotta do something.
Oh my.
Do you get hit in the head with like a piece of toast from a toaster?
He does. You guys hear it ding, and this toast flies across the room and hits him in the head.
This quickly prompts me to do a sense motive check in the kitchen to see if the kitchen's pissed off at me.
Do it.
I think the kitchen is sending me mixed signals, bro.
Someone somewhere is enjoying this and laughing their ass off. Like they are rolling on the floor and enjoying themselves. They think this is the funniest shit in the world.
Okay, whoever threw the toaster is laughing, and I can feel them laughing.
Are you just crazy?
No, where'd this toast come from? I have it right here. I'm holding it. I'm
Well,
waving
no,
it in front of-
I know the toast, but the fact that you're feeling someone laughing.
Dude, you ever walk into a room and just be like, man, this room feels weird, or man, the room feels odd, or you ever go into like a doctor's office and everybody's in a really bad mood and you can pick up on that kind of thing?
Oh, okay, so like that.
Yeah. Whoever did this, whatever did this, I'm not amused. You hear me?
You should be.
Oh, hey, Doc.
Yes.
By any chance, do you know if you're able to find a place to stop for now?
Yes, actually. We're going to stop as you guys actually hear something. You guys actually do after eating and stuff, because you did try opening the fridge for food. After the iced coffee, it just says, "You've satisfied your curiosity. Leave me alone."
Yes. The self-aware miracle refrigerator.
Yep. Percy just looks at you,
Um,
just goes, "Told ya." He just has the biggest shitty look on his face.
And then you guys do meander your way back to the room where you all started.
The wake up room.
Almost as if you almost as if you walked in a circle. And I will leave you with the fact that the console still says confirmed destination on one of the screens.
All your fault.
Percy's
all your
gonna
fault,
look
Jonathan.
over, gonna walk over, kind of look at it, and then looks to you guys. Feel like an adventure?
Hey, it hasn't killed us yet.
Oh,
If it doesn't kill us, then sure.
adventure awaits. Let's just hope this thing isn't flying us into a sun.
Yep. He hits the button.
Again?
Alright, that's where we'll call it.
Oh god. Okay.
Okay.
PG.
Doc,
Well done.
that was amazing.
That
Like-
was fun, dude.
Like I've never played.
Yeah.
I don't know that much about Doctor Who, and I love this. This is amazing.
It's only this entertaining because we don't know what we're doing. That's why it's
Exactly.
working. That's why this is all working. We don't know anything. For all we know, like we just literally looked death in the face and didn't bat an eye.
Well, no, we had a pity party over it.
Yeah. Oh, the poor child behind the window is gonna beat me up. I'm like, dude, that thing will kill you. Don't get near it.
Yep. And I will tell you, if you try going back to that room, it will probably be locked.
I don't want to go near that room. That room gave me the heebie-jeebies, man. Like,
Good.
But that was amazing, Doc.
That was
Do we
good.
wanna, Doc? Do we wanna go over the thing that we were discussing earlier? In
We
private
can.
call, or you got stuff to do?
We can. No, we can.
What's up?
But I'm very curious to ask Crystal if you want to, at some point later on this week, go over how you met your particular doctor,
Oh yeah.
or
Sure.
if you have no ideas and want that to be a surprise.
What time do you what time do you want to do that? Or what date, anyways?
Well, I'm usually free Friday. I'm not free tomorrow on Friday, but because we do have the roleplay meeting.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Maybe after the roleplay coordination meeting.
Okay. When is that?
That's about the same time as this game started tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
So like 5 my time.
yeah, man.
Alright, so do you want to try to do that like after the meeting then?
Yeah, if you're up for it, or if you got something to do, that's fine. This can all be worked out as we go along. We don't run next week. We run every other week, so it is completely fine to work things out in the off week.
Okay.
Counter roll diplomacy on the fridge later. Just saying.
That's gonna be amazing.
You guys joke, but she's enjoying fucking with you.
I'm glad she's enjoying it. She
Like,
seems
that
lonely.
conversation trying to figure out, watching Rambo's character explain his cell phone to you guys was brilliant.
I know one person who wasn't a fan.
Adventure.
Yes.
Also,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if there isn't at least one episode where we end up as ponies, I'm going to be sad.
There's actually a holodeck on the TARDIS.
I don't know what a holodeck is.
So in Star Trek, you go there and it plays out a holographic adventure. I could totally see the TARDIS setting it to My Little Pony to troll you guys.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I'd have a
Oh, I
strange
just realized I should
conversation.
probably end the stream, huh? That'd help.
Yes.